let's just take a quick look at the agenda. So we're going to have a review of the fire district tax rates. We're going to get an update on budgetary changes since the 426 work session was held. And then we're going to spend a lot of our time today looking at proposed budgets from the public school and community college, and then have some additional discussion about budget priorities before we wrap up. And there's one other item we need to add to the agenda, which is Don Warren will provide us some additional information on. It's a letter that we need to send to the local government commission. So why don't we do that first? Is there something else too, Avo?
Yes, we need to add the lobbyist compensation.
Thank you. And we'll add that at the end. All right. So, Don, do you want to come on up? We'll go ahead and talk to us about the letter that needs to be sent.
Good morning, everyone. As you all are aware, the audit was late due to the guidance from the Treasury not coming out until late December. We filed the extension for the contract, notified the LGC, they accepted all of that. Now they're coming back and saying we need to do a FPIC response, which basically tells them what we're going to do in the future to prevent this from ever happening again. I've drafted the response, and I need to collect signatures from all of you. And the response, I'll read that to you just so that everybody's aware of what we will do in the future. To prevent recurrence of late filing, the county will instruct the auditors to move forward issuing an opinion even if the OMB guidance has not been released. If there's a need to reissue due to the OMB guidance, then the county will work with the auditors to update financial statements and issue a new opinion. So that's what we'll do moving forward. We could have done that this last time. You know, reissuing an opinion, it's, I don't know, it's not ideal, but in order to comply, we will do that.
All right. And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, for the clerk, just have a motion to first add this agenda item, and would ask for a unanimous vote.
All right, first, is there a motion to add this item to the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And if I can get your signatures today, that would be fantastic.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve sending the letter that Finance Director Don Warren just described?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. All right. So first up, we're going to hear from the fire districts who are requesting changes to the tax rate this year. And so that's the first item. So
it's just a couple of things before we get started. So fire district tax rates today. Like everyone else, fire districts are struggling with wages. Several of these districts still pay below $15 an hour, and they are also subject to inflationary costs for fuel, equipment, and capital projects. 2 districts are requesting tax rate increases, with 18 preferring to remain at the rate taken last year and use the natural growth for additional revenue. As usual, salaries and equipment are primary drivers for fire districts. Here are the tax rates for the current year, the requested rate for fiscal year 23, and the county's recommended rate. We'll discuss the 2 districts recommending changes over the next 2 slides. Barnesville Fire District is requesting an increase of 2 cents per $100 of assessed value. This will result in additional revenue of $95,949 above natural growth. Barnesville has long relied on volunteers to round their staffing, and they're having trouble maintaining this practice and need to pay staff and contribute to retirement. Additionally, they run an ambulance that leaves them short-staffed with the ambulances traveling back and forth to Asheville. The county is in support of this requested increase. Skyland Fire District is requesting an increase of 0.5 cents per $100 of assessed value. Through natural growth and maintaining its tax rate, Skyland is estimated to receive $917,371 in additional revenue, the largest expected increase in the district. In fiscal year 21, Skyland spent 80% of revenues received, allowing them to contribute $1.75 million to various reserve accounts. Given the department's strong financial position, the county does not support this request. Skyland is here to present their request.
Compliance.
Thank you for your time. Patience. The request that we're asking for is a 0.5 cent increase. What that money will go toward is for the cost of living wages for our firefighters. Right now, starting at the Skyland Fire Department, somebody walking through the door is $10.91 is what we pay. The board has recognized that the inflations of this year, unforeseen inflation, that we need to increase that cost of living. We are getting a increase, as you see right there, but it doesn't meet the goals of our board of directors. They're wanting to go to a $14 an hour start out pay, which is not the 15, it's a little lower, but they think they can in the future meet that goal with increases in the budget. But that's where that gap is. We're going to put the money, extra money that we're receiving this year toward the cost of living, but it's not meeting the needs of what the board wanted at $14 an hour. It does show that we do have a healthy, I guess, financial. What that does right there is a lot of our money is tied up in restricted funds. Restricted funds being, I can name some for you, restricted station capital. What that is we put money back each year. So much goes in this capital to meet our CIPs. You're familiar with CIPs. That will go toward a new station. In the future, we're looking at trying to get another station in the Bent Creek area to meet the growth and the response times. Another restricted account that we have is our vehicle and equipment. What that is, we put money in this CIP or the restricted fund for the CIP for apparatus. We just now purchased in October an engine and a ladder truck. As you know how much an engine costs. I don't know if you know, engine's about $750,000, ladder's 1.5. We put this money in there so we can put a large down payment and offset it so that we do the taxpayers do not see any burden or increase when we have to purchase apparatus. And we have a replacement plan for engines for 4 to 5 years. Every 4 to 5 years, we try to rotate our engines and purchase another one, making our oldest truck 20 years old. Another restricted fund is our retirement insurance. This is where we put money into an area when somebody retires, but the fire department covers that health insurance until they hit 65. That's a huge benefit for our employees. They started that years ago. We want to continue this, so we have to put money in that to meet the actuarials for that. Another one is our reserve funds. The board tries to keep at least 20% in reserve funds for, like the county does here. I think it has to do 12% of the state minimum. So this is where this money is going. That's what shows, yes, we are financially healthy, but the money are tied up in restricted funds for future projects for our CIP. But all the money that we're requesting right here for this year, our focus and goal is for the board is for cost of living wages. Kind of doing the math, somebody asked one time before, how much is that going to cost for each residence? We figured up an average about $25 per household, which is 6 cents a day, 40 cents a week, and $1.80 a month. That's the same amount as if you go get a soda at a store as you get the convenience store a month that would cost for this 0.5 cent increase that we're going for our firefighters. So with that, is there any questions? The reason why we're asking for the 0.5 cent?
Thank you, Chief. Could you just tell us what you're seeing in terms of recruitment efforts and just what that dynamic is like for y'all right now?
Recruitment efforts right now, we're trying to, as we have 3 open positions right now, and being competitive in the field of the workforce is very, very hard. As you know, right now, a lot of fire departments are starting at $15 an hour. And I mean, if you come to the fire department of Skyline right now and say, we're going to start you at $10.91, and the fire department next door is doing 15, which one would you go to? So we're trying to battle that recruitment effort right now and push that up to help with that, and also retention. And this money right here with this increase, something I forgot to tell you is this also helps with the decompression of the current people with this on shift because of the morale issue we'll have. One thing right there is, you know, with the morale, we looked in it. Susan Latke said it best with the Sherms on our article that she has, says pay comprehension can cause morale problems and hamper retention unless employers remain on guard. So that's why we try to do that also. Decompression. I know you've done that too as well in this county. Did I answer your question? Thank you.
Chief, you mentioned the goal of your board is to get the $14 an hour for starting staff. Is that what the 10.3 requested rate will get you to?
Yes, sir, it will. If we get this 0.5 cent to 10.3, we can get to the $14 an hour. What our board is wanting, it'll meet their goals for our folks.
My understanding is you're currently at 9.8. Is that?
Yes, sir.
What would be the scenario under that for that tax rate in terms of where you can get your initial?
If we stay at 9.8, yeah. I know we're getting an increase instead of being $14 an hour, probably like $12 and some change. About $12 and 13, $12 and change. I'd have to look into it, but it would not meet the goal of the board. And that's one thing right there. If you look in the past, you usually don't see Skyline up here asking for money. We haven't asked for money since I think 2013. I think we got an increase when the board here was very gracious, gave everybody 1 cent on that pay study. But last year, if you noticed also, I think we was one of the only fire departments that didn't ask for any increase. We actually went revenue neutral, went down. So the 10.3, that's close to almost where we was at last year. But we went revenue neutral, went down. But, you know, without seeing that crystal ball, we wish we could see that crystal ball and see if gas was going to go to $4 a gallon and everything else. We would at least stay at our current rate. That's what helped our project this year.
My final question, I know this is our slide, not yours, so maybe it's that question to Avril, but hoping you guys can opine on that second bullet here at the bottom regarding more revenues and expenditures and your ability to commit on balance. Can someone speak to that concern?
More revenue than expenditures. That's that revenue shows right there. We take that revenue and we move it over to our CIP, try to budget money into our CIP. And our accountant that does that, he waits till the budget year is closed out. I don't know why he moves it. He needs to move it first thing. So it says it's an expenditure off the bat. That's something I talked to our accountant, Ron Cole, that we need to start moving it first thing versus wait to close out the thing and then start moving over to our CIP plans that we talked about. I don't know if that answered your question.
Chief, when you have a major capital project, what's the percentage that you like to pay in cash, and then I assume you finance a lot of it too? What's the formula that typically take on larger capital projects around what you want to save up for, pay down, and then finance?
Yeah, that's a good question right there, because that's one thing we talked to the finance several years ago, because we was wanting to put money down a large amount, and so our payments was lower. But with the county finance says, no, you need to try to keep as much money in the bank, make a lower payment. So we went with their recommendation, and I guess keep the money in the bank case and if something happens, that you can always use that money and also gain interest. So the percentage we try to do, we like to do it like 20 and 30% down on this of a project. If we put more, that's fine. That's something that the board has to approve each one as they look and see how much funding we have in each restricted fund. Does that make sense?
So 20 to 30% down, and then finance the rest is.
And that's what the county suggested, is try to keep as much money in the bank. And we could, like, for example, this past year, if we could have put money down and maybe purchased the apparatus, we want to try to keep as much money. But that's I guess it looks like we're very healthy, but this money stays there for that. And we don't want to use our CIP money as, again, pulling CIP money and use it for salaries, because as you know, CIP money is like a one-time purchase. You know, if I purchase this water bottle, I take that money and move it. Salaries is a continuous growing, thing. It's not something that you can rely on. It's that CIP money. Does that make sense? As salaries get bigger and bigger, it's constant stays.
And so this is a question for Avril. So on here it says that you support the additional need for pay increases, but believe these can be accomplished with the projected natural growth. So can you speak to that? What that's based on is, would you believe that it can meet their request with natural growth?
The chief mentioned in his conversations too, they do have several reserve accounts that they are funding. And similar to what we do at the end of the year, if there's no expenses left, we can move money over to the reserves accounts, and that's what they've been doing. So when in your packet, you will see their financial ratios. And yes, we do believe that instead of growing the reserves as much as they are, they could absorb the $14 an hour using the almost $1 million in growth that they're also receiving this year. So yes, ma'am.
But you're not recommending they take anything that they currently have in their reserves.
We're not recommending that they take anything currently in their reserves, but instead of adding to their reserves in the current year, they can use this growth along to pay some of that. That's how we see it. So.
Right, other questions?
Yeah. When are you looking at the Bent Creek or the Bavard Road area, expand them? Because I think one thing that I appreciate y'all done is took into consideration of the Pratt and Whitney, and understand that they're not willing to help in any way with the new fire station, and with the Ferry Road land going to be developed, and also that's just going to be more staff at that location also, correct?
Yes, so we have to start looking at staffing for that as well, and also apparatuses for pulling from our CIP. Probably within a good ballpark, maybe 2 years, 1 or 2 years, it's going to be up to the finding the land, of course, and then our board with the finances in there. Make sure that we can absorb a payment. As a building, as you know, cost is astronomical right now. Probably looking close to $5 million on ballparking. Cost of a 2x4 is outrageous. I can imagine what it's going to be in 2 years. So.
Chief, one question I have is, when I look and you raising the salary to 14, how much, 14 and something an hour?
That's 14.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would I want to become a fireman $14 an hour when I can go to a fast food place for 17, 18?
That is a good question. That's one thing we're battling. You can go to Chick-fil-A and get $19 an hour. And the difference between Chick-fil-A, not saying nothing wrong about Chick-fil-A, it's not a skilled trade. We make our guys go through different state certifications that they have to get. There's a lot of training they do. And yes, you're right, $14 an hour. Some of the firefighters, have we lost anybody to Chick-fil-A? Not as yet, but I'm hoping that the passion of doing the job and helping people draws people that way. But the competitive pay is where we have to focus on. We're competing against other fire departments, not Chick-fil-A. I know Chick-fil-A probably I'm using them as an example. I don't know what their hourly rate is. If they show $19 an hour, but the maximum work hours is 32, I don't know. I don't know if that's how they make it look appeasing. Does that make sense? You know, for us, we would have to have them on a shift for longer than 32 hours for that week.
Yeah, but you know, the way I was looking at your job is a lot more responsible, it's more dangerous than what they are paying.
Yes, sir.
But at some point in time, we have to pay people for what the job's worth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's my only question.
Thank you for looking.
I believe in paying for what you get. You know, if that's the case. I don't know.
Absolutely. Thank you
That's
for
critical for a fireman, you know, who's coming to save my life. I would think it would be worth more than $14 or something.
And again, we'll, as our budget grows, like County Manager said, we'll try to start working our cost of living raise up to that, to meet that thing. But thank you for recognizing that.
Yeah.
It's my job to fight for my employees up
Right.
here, and y'all's job's got the hard decision to vote yes or no. So thank you for your time.
Looking at bringing those from 14 to 15, what is your projected timeline to make that happen? Are you here this year to do 14, and are there plans to come back next year or the next to bring it to 15? Or
We got to look at the growth again. Like the county manager said, that if we get another significant growth, you won't see us. We'll move that up. Well, hopefully we can absorb that within the next year or even 2 years. So.
and what accounts for it's 1.7 in increase in net assets from operating activities. What is accounting for your expenses being below budget?
Which part you looking at?
I'm looking at the last page, your statement of activities and changes in net assets. Oh, I'm sorry. Looking here, but your support and revenue was 8.4. Your total expense was 6.7.
Yes,
So what accounts for your expenses being 1.7 lower?
That's what we talked about with Lee. Our accountant said basically he moves the money last at the end, and a lot of this money goes into our CIP. Usually a certain portion goes into our reserve revenue. The portions go to our restricted capital station.
Okay,
Restricted.
it isn't
Yeah.
clear looking at that,
Yes.
that the money's being moved around.
He always waits, again, that's what we talked about, he always waits till the end after everything revenue's done. Even if there's any overage, he always moves everything after that. We're trying to talk to him where he moves it before, so it looks like expenditures as it's presented to the budget.
I hear that, it just doesn't show
Yes.
that on here, so there's a lot of questions. All right, thanks, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Chief, in terms of planning to build a new fire station, with the tax rate that you're requesting, do you foresee that you'll be able to implement that project in a few years from now with that tax rate, or is that going to be a large enough project that you may need to talk about a different tax rate once that project is further along in the planning process?
Once it gets closer to the planning process, we're going to see what the growth is, like we talked about. If we can absorb this project with the growth we're getting in the future growth, then we won't ask for an increase, of course. But if it's something, we hate to ask for an increase now and just try to guess. I'd rather find out exactly what we need, see what the growth is, and ask for what was actually needed, not ask for money and just not have extra money. Does that make sense? When it gets closer within the next couple of years. We're hoping to absorb it in our future growth.
But actually, this is just for getting them from the $11 to the 14. Basically, what you're doing right now, not looking at the new facility.
That is correct. Our biggest focus right now with this half cent is the $10.91 to 14. Not the future growth. That's a different project in a couple of years.
And if you do bring the new facility online, obviously there's the capital cost of that, and there's some staffing to go in there. I realize this is your district is a growing part of the county for sure, but a new facility like that, it really doesn't add additional revenue, right? I mean, it's actually just kind of all on the other side of the ledger, right? You got to build it and then you got to staff it. So it's going to going to be an investment, doesn't really improve your revenues. Obviously, it improves the service levels there, which is the whole point of it for that part of the county. But so your growth is really just driven by the growth in the community in terms of population growth in that area and real estate being built.
Correct. And hopefully, we're looking at, as the Pratt and Whitney, I figure that area right there is going to grow. So with the growth will help offset this future station. That's what we're focusing on. Does that answer your question?
Yes. All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a general question. I know that we approved, there was an increase in the sales tax for the special taxing district, and the fire district was one, I think it was our last meeting. I'm just curious, so that those funds, how do they get divvied out among the different fire departments?
We allocate sales tax based on ad valorem. So based on their tax base is how the allocation happens.
It's not based on their property tax rate, is it? Or is it based on the value of the property in the district as opposed to their tax rate?
It's based on levy, so the tax rate would impact that as well.
So if they bump up their tax rate a bit, it does leverage a bit more sales tax revenue.
Okay. And so when that increased revenue came, then that was just divvied out in that same way. That's the way it's always divvied. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Chief, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time and consideration and support for firefighters. It's have a wonderful day, and it's a long day. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Any more questions on fire districts?
Is anyone from Barnersville going to present or any additional information on that?
We didn't, given that we supported their request, we didn't ask them to come and present.
They are here in case you have any questions from them.
It's just, I guess, I don't necessarily have a specific question for Barnersville. I mean, I guess just going to the staff, in terms of the fire districts and the capital projects that they have, which, can be very significant, like a new station, but even just a piece of equipment, their equipment tends to be real, can be very expensive. So when the staff are looking at it, it seems like, their fund balance is not necessarily going to be spent equally every year because some of these are big expenses every few years. And so, they need to kind of build those up, be prepared to pay for that. I don't know, I guess I'm just kind of asking the staff, but I mean, you're recommending that the funds they have available, are sufficient to do what they're doing as well as meet capital needs. They're saying, well, we need to build some of this up so that we're prepared for these bigger expenses that come along. So just any other thoughts you would share with us around kind of how to think about, it does seem like a business where just having kind of a fairly steady fund balance isn't what's needed because you do need to build up the reserves for these bigger ticket items.
So over the last year and a half, the budget department actually did go out to every fire department that want us to visit, and we worked on capital planning with them. We talked about setting aside funds as you're able, and mapped out 5-year capital plans with most of the departments. And we received capital plans from all but one district with their budgets this year. So this is something. These are conversations we've had. So in this particular case, when you look at this particular one where it says $1.75 million is left at the end of the year, that's similar to the capital funds transfer that we've done, that we had leftover funds at the end of the year, not necessarily that those funds were budgeted for capital fund provisions. So that's the way we read these financial statements. So in this particular case, like Avril said, we expect that this $917,000 of natural growth above and beyond what they've already been receiving, this should be enough to manage the salary increases. So capital planning is something we focused on with districts over the last few years.
So for Skyland in particular, I mean, do you forecast, and I realize it's still pretty early in their planning process, but they've identified the big new project they want to do. Do you forecast that the current tax rate would be sufficient with the reserves that are being set aside to implement that project, or is it just too early to?
It's a little early to say. I mean, terms of like, that's something you would likely debt finance, what are your interest rates going to be, how much do you have to put down, what is the cost of that station going to be? Are these inflationary costs for construction going to continue for the next couple of years, or will we see that be more favorable?
All right. Any other questions on fire districts? All right.
Chief came from Barnersville. I don't know if you wanted to add anything. If you have any specific questions for him.
specific question on Barnesville. Our increase is based on adding 1 full-time staff, the benefits for that, and bringing our current employees and our new hires up $15 minimum wage. And the 2 instances of our small tax base, it took 2 cents to implement that. So the increase is basically for payroll and personnel.
And I would speak to one of the reasons why this is a support versus the other. In Barnersville case, when they're rolling a truck, they have maybe 1 or 2. So several times they don't have enough to really staff that truck, and they're looking to hire a person that would give them 2 per truck. We're hoping to get to 3 on a truck, and that's national standard would be to get 3 per truck. In case one is up, you can still roll the truck. In their case, they don't have the staffing levels. They're right now rely heavily on volunteers to run their trucks, and that's a critical portion for us in that northeast part of the state, Upper County, where we don't have an ambulance that can get there quickly. So the reason why we support this ask is we need to staff that truck.
We only have 3 current full-time employees, so 2 full-time and 1 part-time shift. So it's 3 people on duty. When the ambulance makes a run, then at least 2, if not all 3, are out of the district. And we no longer have enough sufficient volunteers to make up the difference. So on our long-term plan that we gave you last year, this shift was 3 or 4 years down the road. It became apparent to us this year that we had to move that up. And unfortunately, it took 2 cents increase plus a up in sales tax to get us the money to do that.
So obviously the sounds like a real compelling case for it. You know, the Barnersville tax rate is one of the, I think it is the highest rate in the county, right? And is that primarily just in terms of the function of the tax base in the district relative to the others where, you know, the tax rate is higher, but there's just not as much tax base there. So for that's the reason that's needs to be on the upper end.
You know, unfortunately, we pay the same thing for Equipment Scotland. There isn't a penny for us. It's a fraction of what theirs is. So we haven't seen that growth yet.
All right, Chief, are you looking ahead and planning for more full-time fire? Because when you look at the training that you require and all, I'm surprised that you can get the volunteers who you get today. But I think it's going to be crucial for you to look ahead to the future, because it's going to become a time, probably before you're ready for it, that you're going to need everybody on the payroll.
Unfortunately, it is going that way. Yeah. As we look beyond this 5 years that I presented, we have we have a substation in our long range plan because we have part of our district that's outside of the 5 miles. We want to serve those people better. That's going to require additional equipment, additional personnel to do that. We put substation off and we had personnel staff it to put the trailer in a community without someone to run it. It's just taking resources away from really rather than generating. So these are things we're looking at. Right now they're beyond 5 years, but the personnel thing is something that we just had to deal with on a shorter term basis. But yes, we're looking at that and just hoping growth and revenue for some addition to meet that when we need it. But I understand exactly right where you're going with. We had a major fire recently, and half of the volunteers of that scene average 68 years old. So, I mean, my generation can't do it much longer.
I understand.
All right, Chief, thank you for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks. Thank you.
So we're gonna talk a little bit about changes since our last work session. Since the last time we met, there have been a few changes to the second pass budget. We have a reduction in 911 revenue related to reductions in the budget, as well as some changes to municipality billing now that we have full year consolidation data. Additionally, public health received state notice of additional revenue related to the Minority Diabetes Prevention Program. We have reassessed several revenue streams based on our current actuals in our general revenues cost center and pushed those budgets up $215,000. And this resulted in a net of $177,729 in additional revenues. On the expenditure side, as we entered the fully realized cost of the compensation study, we were able to calculate longevity. This added $75,577. We have added community paramedics to the budget as a result of the expiration of the port grant and no other identified funding source to support it at this time.
So previously, commissioners, you might recall, we had thought that this would come from opioid settlement, so we're switching it back until that plan comes forward.
We've added a placeholder for an arts and culture grant, funding this at 50 cents per capita, Buncombe County population. There were some slight changes in operating and program support budgets to offset some salary changes, totaling $7,281. Lastly, $223,971 is added to detention center budget to support an expected increase in jail health costs. These changes add $584,943 to the second pass budget. Here you see the comparison of the fiscal year 22 adopted budget, the fiscal year 22 amended budget, and today's second pass budget. To balance the fiscal year 23 budget with proposed changes brings our appropriation of fund balance to $12,283,889. Are there any questions? So we're going to switch gears to education now, beginning with an overview by Sam Riddle, and then hearing from our education partners.
John. In the past, we have brought some education information to you, and this is a brief of some of that same information, so you'll recognize some of these slides. It's in the presentation. First is terminology, things that are often confused. We have some overlapping terms, like local current expense fund. This is the non-state, non-federal expenditure fund for the school system. Our local sources of revenue there include the county appropriation, or you might also hear it local current expense appropriation, and the school supplemental district tax revenue, if applicable. That is both property tax, as we were just discussing, comes along with sales tax as well. Then you have the local supplemental pay. That is just the pay component. You may remember it's been quite a while since we've discussed it, but the state sets the salary schedule. Local supplemental pay is how the districts distinguish themselves from one another in pay. That's the piece of flexibility that they have. And the school supplemental tax district. As I was just saying, that is the actual property tax district itself. And again, just like fire service districts, it comes along with sales tax because of the ad valorem method of distribution. So basics here, what are the statutory obligations? The state says that they will cover instructional, and that creates the state public school fund. That's where the schools receive the funds from the state to operate. The county, it's specified, will cover facility requirements, but it does not stop there. It goes on to create the local current expense fund, like we were just discussing. It serves as the coverage of the remaining operation. Now, the board funds that, though, within the financial resources and consistent with the fiscal policies of the Board of County Commissioners. So, in other words, within your discretion. So let's take a look at the local current expense fund. How does that normally look? That's your operating fund. And generally speaking, it's the county appropriation. There are some additional dollars that come from fines and forfeitures that are passed through the schools. But in our case, having more than one district, that only applies to Buncombe County Schools. Asheville City Schools also has that supplemental tax, property and sales tax portion. If you remember what that looked like last year when we brought similar information, it was very close to right down the middle. And this year, with the projected and growing sales tax amounts, we're seeing the supplemental increase, supplemental property tax rate actually outpace the county appropriation slightly in amount. Average daily membership is another thing that is important to cover. This is essentially your student count, but there are a lot of average daily memberships or ADMs. Final, monthly, best one of two, and then what you have before you is what DPI provides us to split the funding between the districts. So that count includes charter students. That's important to recognize between 18 and 19 and 2020 or 21, 22. So of the, in 1819, roughly 30,800 students, 2,500 of those were charter students. The picture between 1819 and 2122 that I think is important there is it's a slight decrease in overall students with a growing number of charter students. The last column is a bit different than the other one. That is DPI's estimated planning allotment information. It does not include charter students. So if you're looking at that strictly as raw numbers, yes, it looks like a huge drop off, but that's part of the reason why. The main reason we've included that figure is so you can see the percentage split that is applied and see it across years as well. Notice based on DPI's estimates, Asheville City Schools is back below 16% for 22.
So, I'm sorry, go back, please.
Sure.
So, but you don't have the charter school number in there, but once the charter school numbers are in there, those numbers for 22, 23 will bounce back to look more like the previous year, right?
Correct. And we don't have those figures of exactly how many Buncombe County students, that is within Buncombe County, would be going to charter schools. So thinking about that ADM count also brings about the discussion per pupil spending. So this is just local per pupil expenditure, so not state, not federal or total, just local. And if you're looking at the prior years, you'll find that Buncombe County Schools consistently ranks mid-teens. So you can see 14th in 19 and 20 and 15th in 2021. Now, knowing that we have to ensure that the local current expense appropriation is the same per pupil, you might expect Asheville City Schools to be right in line there. But factoring in that supplemental tax, Asheville City Schools ranks second in the state in local per pupil expenditures.
And that's of the 115 school districts in the state.
That's correct. So let's look at the big picture there. So not just the per pupil, but full-scale operational and capital K-12 support. So that first row you see is the local current expense appropriation, $73.2 million for Buncombe County Schools, $14.2 million for Asheville City Schools. If you stopped right there, each district would be receiving an estimated amount of per pupil support, $2,841. But as we have discussed, it does not stop there. The current collection for the property tax portion of the supplemental school tax is $11.2 million, and we're projecting $4.5 million in sales tax as of May 3rd. So for the end of the year, projecting $4.5 million. In total, that's just under $30 million for Asheville City Schools, $73.2 million for Buncombe County Schools, which produces the estimated per pupil support number you see before you. An extra word of caution here. Not only does that include estimated figures, that is projections, but it's a per pupil that is not final. That is the per pupil based on the ADM numbers we were just looking at a moment ago that allow us to ensure that we're providing the same amount per pupil to each district. So carrying that blue line forward to the next piece there, let's also talk about the capital very briefly. As you know, the Articles 40 and 42 are obligated to school capital. A portion of those revenues are obligated to school capital. And you can see, excluding 39, it's 17.5 million for Buncombe County schools, 3.4 million for Ashland City schools. Slight difference here than on the operating slide. Those funds are split by a different ADM. I know, it's getting confusing. That's a non-charter ADM is used for capital expenditures, and that is per the state. So their Article 39 is a little bit different for Buncombe County. As you know, we have the School Capital Fund Commission. Those dollars are not separated strictly on an ADM percentage, but decided by the School Capital Fund Commission as to which projects are approved. For that reason, it is not broken up between the two districts, but instead a singular amount is provided. So we can no longer quite break those two out. But in total, 48.4 million is provided for capital, just from Articles 39, 40, and 42. So the total K-12 support amount would be the local discretionary amounts for each district plus capital support. That's 151.4. Are there any questions at this time?
Just a quick clarification with regards to the operational support. Our understanding, or my understanding, I should say, is that is totally up to the school systems about how those operating dollars are spent. Correct?
That's correct.
One other question. I know you said this per pupil support is estimated based on that, but based on, say, the previous couple of years, would you say that's typically where it is, these numbers?
I don't know. We will have to see when those finalized numbers come out. But I do think that generally speaking, I mean, we're always thinking about this. We're generally thinking about 85-15 or 84-16 in terms of split. So it's almost always right in that range.
And then I was specifically talking about the per pupil spending.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So obviously, yes. So then that will be determined on finalized numbers. I believe the numbers that I provided before this presentation were based on the best one of two ADM. That still doesn't represent the finalized ADM, but it does give a little more context, I suppose, for that time period is what the state is funding. So it's not that one is necessarily more accurate than the other, but it's two different ADMs. I wish I could say for sure exactly where we would land for the year. I'm not sure at this time.
Now, when we look at the capital support, no money is taken out of that for charter schools, right?
That's correct. Right. What the districts receive in their local discretionary funds, a portion of that does go to charter schools. They're responsible for passing that along.
And when we look at the overall figures, you know, the numbers, where do we take out the charter school?
We don't take them out.
Okay.
That's done on the schools. So they will receive those funds. I believe they have a validation process to ensure accuracy of the count, where the student is located, and then they pass along those dollars to those.
But now in actual numbers, though, will the charter schools in taking out reduce the number per pupil to the kids in public school?
So the reason it's taken out that way is to try and ensure that the per pupil amount that they would otherwise be entitled to as a member of the traditional K-12 entity is passed along to the charter school.
Still, you didn't answer my question. What I'm trying to get at, we're losing in the public schools because of what goes to charter schools. Where do we show, you know, when we see the numbers per pupil, what they're paying, that includes what goes to charter schools, right?
That's correct.
So that's really misleading when you look at the public schools because they don't have that money.
Right.
Okay.
I see exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yes. So
Yeah.
that those dollars, that per pupil amount that the K-12 entity would have received, they're having to pay out to the charter school. So that's what K-12 entity doesn't have, that specific amount for that student. It's being passed along to go, in other words, with the student, sort of.
Okay, but what I'm getting at, where do we show that though? What they're losing?
So we don't show that on our books because we have by law to send the money to the school.
Okay,
Once the kids leave that school and go to charter, then this money follows that child. To Sam's point, there's a verification process, and once they verify that, then the schools in turn will send that money to whatever charter school they go to. So Sam, can you go back a couple of slides to show that ADM number? Yeah, that right there. So on this slide, you will see that over time, that number on the bottom that shows charter schools. When we get to 2023, we get that number, then our totals would change. And to Terry's point, then our ADM split would, that money per pupil would also change because then we have that total number for charter schools in our numbers. And our per pupil number is higher, but then the schools will then have to send that money to the charter schools. So it doesn't reflect on our books, it will reflect on the school books.
So let's stay on this. I want to make sure I'm interpreting this in the correct way. So like in 21-22 for the Asheville City School District, 4,982 students. That's not 4,982 students attending the Asheville City Schools, but who live in the district of the Asheville City School. And most of them go to the city schools, but some of them go to charter schools. That's the total number of kids in the district, not kids attending the city schools. Is that right?
right.
Okay. And the same thing for the county.
Let me clarify too. If a child starts at a charter school, but then transfers back into a traditional K-12, that money doesn't follow them back in, correct?
I think those school systems.
The school
Okay.
superior can probably
Okay,
answer
I
that.
thought I
This
saw
is
something.
way better than-
Sorry, you got
Oh,
one. So that clarification you just made about these reflect the number of students living in the districts, not the number of students attending the traditional public schools. I'm still not clear on why is there the drop off in 22-23.
So that is just their estimate, estimated planning allotments. Those are for the districts to use to help them with their planning. I've included it here just to show the percentage split that we're going to show at a later point in the presentation.
But I think you said that the charter schools are not included in that last column.
That's correct.
That's why it's such a drop off.
Why aren't they included? I mean, because again, if this chart is meant to just show how many kids live in the district, not the breakout for where they actually attend school,
Right.
why is the estimated number? I mean, there's not fewer families living in these districts than there were
That's-
last year, so why is it lower?
That's because that's the method that the state has calculated for estimated planning allotments. Listen, I'm with you.
We think these numbers are just wrong, and the estimate is
They
simply
will-
wrong.
They will be updated during the year. That is correct. That we're trying to
It's the
base our
percentage.
actions, on the best information we have available. And at this time, that is the best information that DPI has made available.
But here's why it would be presumptively so far off from reality. Or do people think that there's some reason there actually will be this big drop off?
Now, we think that will grow once we get the charter numbers. The point on this slide is the percentage split that we would have to use as a planning tool for what we split between our funds between the two school districts.
Forgive me if this has been asked and answered and I just didn't quite comprehend. If a charter school is located within the city and the child attending the school is a city resident, what's the per pupil? Is a per pupil allocation for that child based on Asheville city numbers?
We can let the city confirm. the capital.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you go back to the ADM? Because I want to make sure that the school partners, I see Tina shaking her head back there. So Tina, I want to make sure we're giving accurate data. So if you have something different, please come on and.
No, that is a planning allotment, the blue column all the way to the right is a planning allotment without charter schools. Our charter school number right now is 2,500-ish. So 22 is 556 is without the charter school number for us. And so that is the planning allotment that DPI gave us, trying to plan what students will actually sit in our schools through this coming year. Is why we're using that number.
For the previous years,
That 25,753 includes the 2,500 charter school students that we currently have in Buncombe County schools that are going to charter school. Out of that 3,025, 2,500 of those technically right at it are the Buncombe County portion, and 500 is the actual city. So those numbers above it include that 3,025.
For actual city schools, the 49 is inflated to what we actually have.
Right, because they're charter schools are.
All right, thank you.
Can you ask your question again now?
Yeah, again, apologies. I just didn't catch when this was addressed. So if a charter school is located within the city limits and the child attending it is a resident of the city who would otherwise go to Asheville City Schools, is the per pupil allocation for that child the amount that is allocated for the city?
Yes.
School system or for the counties?
So is it,
In the city, it would be higher per pupil.
so the 599 is what you would have to pay the charter school?
We get together every year and we
Hold
have
on
a
a second.
calculation.
You want to come up here?
I'm so sorry. Georgia, do you want to speak as well? We get together every year, and we work out the calculation, the split per pupil based on our averages. And this is done with a common goal to make it an average that gets split out to our charter schools, not one or the other.
And then to answer your question about the Asheville City District Charter School, we share the supplemental per pupil with only the charter schools that are in the Asheville City School District.
So a per pupil allocation for charters, for a student attending a charter school located within the city of Asheville
Includes.
would be 5,998.
It's
No.
not exactly.
Not exactly.
Can I ask it maybe a slightly different way? So there's there's state funding per pupil that would go with the student who goes to the charter school. So with the additional funding the county's putting in per pupil, does that funding also follow the kid going to the charter school?
The local part that comes through is based on our Buncombe County and then Asheville City portion. That portion of it does get split based on our ratios.
And those funds follow the students if they go to a charter school.
Yes.
Our local additional funding follows, not just the state allocation.
Not just the state, the local goes with.
Yeah, I thought the if a charter school was outside the city school district, but a kid lives in the city district but goes outside the district, I thought the supplemental revenue did follow them. Wasn't there a lawsuit around that?
It doesn't follow the students that are in the Asheville City School District students that go to a charter school outside of the school district does not get the supplemental portion.
I thought there was a lawsuit
Right.
around that made the argument that it should be
Brownie,
that we lost. Or,
I was on the school board when we lost that case. She's right. If the money doesn't go, say if a kid is going, yeah,
charter school, for
Yeah.
example. If the kid in the city goes to Evergreen, they don't get the supplemental.
No.
revenue.
Is it possible to get that as a data point for future discussions so we know the amount that is being allocated per student at charters?
Somebody's behind you taking notes.
You do have in your Asheville City School information, PowerPoint and information, how much we spend on charter schools. But if you want us to break down the difference between a Buncombe County School District charter school and an Asheville City School District charter school allocation, we can do that. Send that to you.
I appreciate that. I mean, I think as we look at trends and forecasting over the next 5 to 10 years, it seems important that we drill down as much as we can to understand kind of what the funding profile looks like around charters and how that fits into the overall kind of school funding.
Here's a number off the top of it, so that it averages almost exactly every time. For the Buncombe County portion of the local appropriation, it's 10%. If you give us 70 million, 7 million goes to charters. It's almost identical every year. It's 10%, whatever you give us of that local appropriation Yes,
But isn't it a growing percentage?
yes.
You say it's 10, but isn't, but your budget's growing too, so it's kind of staying in that same.
Yes, it's going almost exactly the same spread that's going across, and as our budget increases, that portion of per pupil grows as well.
So we're going to move to education presentations and hear from our partners. And we're going to begin with AV Tech, then hear from Buncombe County Schools and then Asheville City Schools.
And as you guys are speaking, I got a reminder to make sure you guys are speaking in so we can pick it up on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioners. That's a hard act to follow. I appreciate the presentation. Our budget is similar in that the county portion funds the operations of our campus. The state funds pay for our faculty and staff. As we're talking about headcount, I'm proud to tell you that AV Tech has rebounded from our COVID slump. Our numbers are looking better. We're excited about that. Without any further ado, I would ask that Dr. Dirk Wilmuth, our Vice President of Administration, come and make the presentation formally. Thank you.
Just control. It is. Might switch presentations for you.
Okay, we're doing that.
Yes. You can do that back there. Presentation will pop.
Good.
Thank you. Well, welcome. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As that presentation is coming up, I'll give you a general overview based on the printout I think you have, which is that we're requesting a 6.22% increase, which represents $452,000 from the county, our county budget. The increase will be used to pay increases for county employees to match the anticipated state increase, which at this point is going to be either 2.5 or $3.5 million, percent, as well as bring up equity increases to the state minimum for state community college employees of $15 per hour minimum, and also some additional equity increases. And then finally, to offset the increases in expenses for utilities that we anticipate, which is similar to everybody else. We also are in a position, because of the Article 46 investments, horse and sales tax investments in our facilities and improving them and restoring them. We're able to draw down on our cash reserves as well for some of our operational costs in order to, and that will allow us to have a 5.5% reserve at the end of the year, which we think is a reasonable reserve. And it used to be that we would have a larger amount, but because of the need for emergency repairs and replacements, we had to have more on hand in the past. That's never goes away, but it's not as much of an issue as it was in the past. All right, wow. Are you still working on this? Okay, the third page of my presentation is the overview of the revenues and resources that are available. Comparison of our budget for this current year. At the end of March, we were at 77% of our budget, so we're right on top of the pro rata expectation there. You can see that we actually expect a proposed budget next year would be $2.728 million, which is that $453,000 increase. That represents a 6% increase over both the general appropriation that we provide, as well as the $5 million that is provided by Article 46 per state statute. So an overall 6% increase. And then you see our cash reserve on hand that we project will be $450,000 in next year. So a total of $8.178 million on the revenue side. On the next page is all the expenses. You'll see there in broad categories, salaries and benefits. We were at 73% at the end of March. We're asking for $3.266 million. And again, that anticipates a 3.5% maximum increase for state employees. which we would like to match for our Buncombe County employees. Our operating expenses, you'll see we're at 58.6%. At the end of March, we are asking for a proposed budget slightly less than this year, $3.187 million. And then on the utilities, we're asking for no change overall, of $1.725 million. Our overall expenses were at 64% at the end of March, and we would expect to ask for a budget of $8.178 million for next year. The final page here just talks in generality about how we're doing. We've been very frugal the last few years. Again, I think in large part to the benefits that have accrued from the expense in the Article 46 funds to keep our facilities running properly and up to date efficiently. We will continue to have an ongoing schedule from that, funded by Article 46. We also have been able to enjoy several energy saving measures, including the solar panels that are now being installed. And then also we have a state certified energy manager on staff to help us oversee what are probably the largest sources of expenses for the college on the county budget other than payroll. So are there any questions?
I don't think we have any right now. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay, we're gonna move to Buncombe County schools. We'll need to switch presentation.
Is that the
Yes. Let's pull up.
Good afternoon, everybody. Got Mrs. Ford with me, our Chief Finance Officer. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. If I could just take a second to recognize, I appreciate Sam's presentation, but I think it underscores every year I've come here, I've pointed out a significant issue that we're all dealing with presenting these budgets at this time, and that's a timing issue. So you're looking at numbers that aren't exactly accurate. We're having a crystal ball, a number of dollars that we have to present. It's just the nature. Because by law, we have to present by May 15th, provide you that budget, our best estimate of it. But yet we're running on not 100% accurate figures. Currently, we're estimating, working on our budget for 22-23, but we yet do not have final planning allotment dollar figures from the state or the federal. So that's a challenge. So I just wanted to take a few seconds. So I appreciate the liberty to do that. Those of you that have served multiple terms, this slide might be familiar to you because I present it each year. I think it's important to understand the budget for Buncombe County schools. Similar to the majority of public schools across the state, this chart is going to show a heavy dependence on state funding. We do not have a sales tax opportunity for operating funds. Thank goodness we do for capital. It makes a huge difference, as you've seen. This particular slide, though, indicates what the current revenue analysis is. So I think it's important to say this year is a bit atypical because that 47.5% that you see for state funding Last year, when I presented this slide to you, that was 65.5%, which is over the years quite normal from a historical standpoint. Again, a heavy dependence. Now, why the shift? If you look over at federal, it's 28.94%. Last year, it was 7.65%. So why is that? It's the predominance of Esser funding, which I know as a county you're very familiar with. But I think that's important, again, to understand from our standpoint how dependent we are upon the state funding. But I think as we all understand, the states just don't provide enough funding to adequately operate really any school system in the state. So again, that's the dependence upon coming to you and requesting additional local funds. The next page.
Dr. Baldwin,
yes.
That first chart, that doesn't reflect the sales tax for capital that's earmarked, does it? This chart.
No, this is just operate, right? It does not include the capital. That's correct. That's correct. The second slide, this primarily this is a strong indication of we are a people-centered organization. High percentage of our funds to operate our school system go towards salaries and benefits. Again, this is a bit atypical from what I'm showing you for the current 21-22 school year. That 76% that you see again dedicated towards salary and benefits. Last year, what I brought to you showed the chart at 92%. So the difference is for this particular year, that 24% is Esser funding. So in Esser funding, a percentage of those federal funds have already been allocated toward non-human salary benefits expenses. So that's the difference. Stop me if you have any questions.
How much was the Esser funding per count?
I'm going to show you that.
Okay.
Commissioner Whiteside in just about 2 more slides. 745 of our employees are paid entirely. These are FTEs, full-time positions, are paid entirely through local funding. No state, federal involved in their paychecks. So as I said previously, the state never fully funds enough staffing to operate our schools. If we depended upon, to give you an example, a realistic example in the classroom, those of you that have children in either one of our school systems, if it wasn't for the local funding, we wouldn't have art, we wouldn't have physical education, we wouldn't have music classes, because those teachers, again, aren't part of what the state designates as core and state funded. So what do those 745 positions look like? They're over several categories. Again, these are categories of positions that state funds are not dedicated toward. We have classroom teachers. Again, as I mentioned, our art teachers, physical education teachers are good examples. 198 of those. Office support. All of our offices, when you walk in our schools, you go in our main office, the clerical support that's there, the bookkeepers, those are all paid out of local funds. Skilled trades, extremely important, especially when you consider we're the 14th largest school system in the state of North Carolina out of 115. We have over 40 buildings and campuses that we're responsible for maintaining. When you talk about skilled trades, you're talking about bus mechanics, keep buses on the road. You're talking about plumbers, electricians, maintenance mechanics, all very important. Classified school-based specialists. A good example of that is your data manager. The accountability piece, the reason we're able to give you up-to-date numbers inside a school building on any particular school day while we're in session is because of those data managers. Very, very important. Instructional assistants, that's primarily K through 3. And we actually supplement beyond what the state provides. And I will promise you this, in the world of COVID, those instructional assistants, if any of you had children either in K3 or you had sons or daughters that were teaching in K3, I think they would strongly support what I'm going to tell you, is that those assistants were invaluable working with our children, especially as we, not from only the academic recovery, but the social, emotional, behavioral piece too. When you look at technicians, admin specialists, again, best example I can give you is the 6 months that we were entirely at home providing virtual instruction. How did we keep those computers up and provide that virtual instruction at the quality that I'm proud to say we did? And it had a lot to do with those technicians that were out in the schools, making sure on a daily basis that we were making strong connections out to the home. 34 assistant principals, again, state does not fully cover administratively. I'm sure you well know. Our certified instructional support, examples, media coordinators, instructional coaches. Again, extremely, extremely important, especially when you consider a year of academic recovery that this year has represented, how important those coaches are inside those classrooms. Managers for our maintenance department, those are directors under Mr. Clark Wyatt, and then our district-based directors and supervisors. And I'm going to say this, I've said it before. When we talk about budgeting, and one of the first things I hear when it's tossed out across the state is, oh my gosh, they're so central office heavy. Well, I would challenge that statement concerning Buncombe County Schools historically. We are one of the leanest, I guess we're probably the meanest fight machine to be administratively, but we're extremely lean. So we are not heavy in terms of central office. We believe strongly in making sure that that funding is out in the schools and in the classrooms for our kids. But that said, we depend upon local funding to grow. Again, large system like Buckley County Schools, that district leadership is extremely important. And again, a reminder that our employees across Buncombe County are paid from 3 sources: state, federal, and local. Okay, Commissioner Whitesides, I'm going to show you the next couple of slides that I think will answer that question.
Okay, this isn't going to be touched on later. I didn't see it. So there's 745 locally funded personnel. And so what percentage of the total personnel in the organization does that represent?
We pay 3,176 total local supplement. And of that 3,176, we have 745 that are completely funded, every dollar from local funds.
Thanks.
Let's talk about COVID funding. And for Buncombe County Schools since March of 2020, we actually received 7 pots of, and these are federal funds. Now you'll see at the bottom they listed, for example, there's the gear pot of funding that came from the governor's office. So the thing to remember is even though there's some labeling that considers it's state funding, these are all from the federal government. That's important to understand. So 7 pots. And of those 7 pots that you see there that are represented by the various colors, recognize that 3 of those have already expired. Okay, in fact, the first 3 that you see, the gray, brown, and green, those have already expired. So what this represents is essentially the expenditures as of current expenditures. So that's the 38 million, Commissioner Whiteside, that's been expended, $38,025,567. Now, when you total all 7 of those pots of COVID funds, that's $94,559,855. I've been in this business a long time, and I go all the way back to being a student in Buncombe County schools back in first grade, because we didn't have kindergarten back that time. I tell you how old I am. But I will tell you this, that I believe that that's the highest amount of funding our school system has ever received. So let me address the elephant in the room. Got all that money, so what am I doing here, even sitting here asking money from you, Commissioner Preston? Why would I do that? I think the answer, and I think it's very true of the COVID funding that you've received, county government, it is highly restricted. We must prove through federal audits that those funds are strictly going toward COVID response when they were initially provided, and they are going toward COVID recovery. The other issue that comes up is when you have federal funds, and I go all the way back when I was first hired as superintendent in 2008, 2009, that's when the stimulus funding came. You may recall that. That was a sizable portion, not like this. However, we learned very quickly that with federal funds such as COVID funding, they come and they go. And they're wonderful to see when they come in the door. But then at some point in time, they leave. So when you look at those 7 pots of money, it's important to remember that that last pot, which is Esser 3, which is the largest pot of funds of the 7, that they're gone in September 2004. So I'm sure not the smartest budget person. That's why I've got a smart finance officer here. But I think one principle that we've got to realize is caution using federal funds to pay for recurring expenses. Because at the end of the day, federal funds leave, and then what have you done to sustain, especially if those are recurring costs? So just again, a point of emphasis that we've tried to keep in mind throughout this. Again, very highly restricted. Yes,
I'm gonna ask you later, but maybe now's the time. A lot of those funds, some of those funds were when you say restricted, supposed to be spent on super specific things like HVAC and ventilation, that sort of thing. You speak generally, what kind of improvements were done to our schools?
Well, HVAC is a great example. In fact, we just, I think, Kurt, I'm going to turn it over to you, Tina, but we just heard from the state. I think ours was the model for all state school systems in terms of the percentages and moving on the HVAC systems. And again, a lot of that was tied into the COVID response, the more efficient air system from a public health standpoint, better to respond to COVID. But there were other, again, non-human aspects to the funding.
We are touching every single building that Buncombe County Schools has ownership of property with improvement to the HVAC air system. So we have done a plan. We've got all this laid out, and then we have gotten it all approved. You have to go through major requirements. We've gotten all of that approved, and we are moving forward, and we have been moving for several months. So I'm going to give a shout out to Hvac for that. His team has put this together. Our Esser team worked very well together, and we moved it on through the process. So it is touching every single building.
And I'm going to send a shout out to our whole COVID planning team. It's made up of 42 individuals. They include district leadership, school-based leadership, teachers, classroom teachers, parents. We've got student representation. So I want you to understand that, again, that $94 million is a huge amount of money, but the decisions that were made and how to use every single dollar went through that particular committee. And again, the primary emphasis was to make sure that we impacted as highly as possible a high percentage of those funds inside that classroom, because our number one mission, academic recovery, combined with the social, emotional, behavioral piece in terms of that recovery just as important. So these COVID funds are extremely, extremely valuable to allow us to do what we got to do. And again, running through 2024.
So one question.
Yes.
So the ESSER 3 fund that you're talking about, I know about 20% of those have to be allotted to learning loss, I think. And then you, I think you can implement activities to maintain the operation and continuity of services, as well as utilizing that for existing staff and employees. So, I mean, there is definitely some flexibility there to where you potentially be using that for staffing and employees. I realize that will end September 2024, but there's the potential of phasing in or utilizing some of that to kind of bridge.
That's true. A good example when we talk about personnel that was tied directly into the COVID response and recovery was the psychologists, behavioral specialists, counselors. And I'm sure Ms. Pender would agree with me, the challenges for us, and then a lot of this is why we're here when we're talking about applicant pool. The best intention, because we need those individuals, those professionals for the recovery effort, but they're hard to find. So when you see the difference in terms of expenditures and the total allotment, what we have encumbered, what we're finding as we send those advertisements out for personnel, as you referenced, we got to find them first. And it's difficult in some of those areas to find those type of professionals. We don't give up on it because I promise you they are needed if at any point in time in our school system. But that is a good example of how we've been able to. Now, what do? If we hire that person, we got to remember that in 2024, when that funding ends, how do we, because my guess is that value is going to continue far beyond 2024 with those children. So that's the challenge. Mr. Whitesides, this is just simply gives you the percentage. Again, the majority of our COVID funding is coming from our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds. Okay. I've sent everyone an electronic version. Ms. Pender, I think, had the first copy of a study that was presented to our school board last Thursday. And so I want to just spend just a few minutes in terms of why did we opt to identify a consulting group to come in and do a classified employee salary study. So why did we do that? And there's in my opinion, there's two primary reasons that we did this. Number one is the importance of those classified employees. And I think this county government and city government would share it because you've indicated already in your budget intent that they're valuable. And we got to do something to make sure we're recruiting, we're retaining, and we're maintaining them in our schools and in our public buildings. They are our classified employees, our hourly based employees, our non-certified employees are the lifeline to us being able to operate our schools. We'll give you just a few examples. First, over 60% of our students in Buncombe County ride a school bus. How do we operate schools? We don't have school bus drivers, buses to bring those kids into the school building and take them home. Now that's been challenging, and I can give you examples already this school year where we've had to basically park buses because we didn't have drivers. It's essential. You may know this, 75% of our students in Buncombe County schools eat breakfast and lunch. Thank goodness we were given through the federal government opportunity to have universal breakfast and lunch for everyone. Now that ends Ms. Payne, our child nutrition director, is back here. She's already been many sleepless nights already finding that out. But think about that, because as we found through COVID, when we weren't open, you know this for a fact, because I brought you pictures and I told you Asheville City was right there with us. What did we do about that? Because we've got families, we've got kids that depend upon those lunches, those breakfasts. We put on school buses and we sent out there and we went out into the homes and communities and we provided it. We're going to do that again this summer to some extent because schools aren't open for everyone. Absolutely crucial. We've got child nutrition workers for meal preparation. That's a community necessity, not just schools. You may know this, our school buildings, we got 45 of them. What you may not know is that we range in age for those buildings. Our newest building is now 5 years old. That's intermediate school. Presley, you've been through that building, beautiful building. We've also got a building out in the Reynolds District, Oakley Elementary, that's 102 years old. How would we maintain those buildings if we didn't have the maintenance staff, if we didn't have the custodians? What would we do when we have emergencies? Snowy days, when many of us, superintendents call school, you know where our maintenance department is? They're out there on these campuses and buildings, cleaning, clearing snow off and preparing driveways. 15-degree weather and they're out there every single time. And our buildings and our schools closed for the day. But if we don't have them out there preparing, then how do we open the following day when there's a chance we can run buses? Absolutely crucial. Second reason is there is a sense of urgency. Again, you feel it, we feel it, city feels it. Let me give you some specific examples. This year, 21-22, we've advertised for 105 custodial positions, advertised. On average, less than 2 applications per vacancy. Be hard to run a business like that, would it, Mr. President? 80 school nutrition positions advertised. On average, 3 applications per vacancy. Hvac. We brought up the importance of Hvac. We can't find applicants. We've had, I think Hvac, Mr. White's back there, but I think we've had it since day one of the school year running every single day. We've advertised for Hvac. Total, the entire year, we've had 24 applicants. And if I'm correct, 14 of the 24 weren't even qualified. That's the reality. 30 office and clerical positions. Again, pre-COVID, 30 to 40 applications per vacancy. We're less than 10 per vacancy this year, this current year. 100 plus bus driver positions advertised this school year. Any guess on that? Per vacancy? Less than 2 per vacancy. This is where we're at. Again, I think it's a significant sense of urgency. So why did we ask for that study? I think we felt that there was a sense of urgency. We had to get some recommendations coming. Not going to spend a lot of time with this. You have a copy of what that study is in October 21. And I'll also tell you the consulting group that we use were 3 former school finance. Because school finance is a different animal than you're going to find in budgets even across government. It's different. And these were former school finance officers of the largest school systems in the state, retired, And they do this, in fact, they've done this, how many?
They've done 55 out of the 115 LEAs.
55 out of the current 115 LEAs. They've done these type of studies. So they began October 2021. They came in, they interviewed employees in our school system in various categories and roles. They did an in-depth study of the salary policies and scales and steps. They looked not only in a comparison of school systems, because we're really not going to compete with Wake County or Charlotte Meck. You know who we're competing with? With our classified employees? You and the city. We're losing employees to both county and city government. Your salaries are better. That's a big reason, because I think they still like us. Not like they're going to like you better. The paychecks make a difference. What were the goals of this particular study? To evaluate, compare salary ranges for non-certified classified groups. Again, the key is recruitment, retention, and maintaining competitiveness in K-12 public school marketplace. And then provide recommendations for placements of the classified groups on this new scale.
Question about the study.
Sure.
You mentioned Wake and Meck. Do you generally feel good about the consultants make you feel comfortable with the other counties that they did compare in this study, Cabarrus and Hanover? Do you feel like those are good apples to apples comparisons in terms of salaries and positions?
They did a very good job analyzing the economic situation and demographics to try to match up our demographics with our tourism, with theirs. And that's why in our size. So they did a very good scan of all the demographics in our county versus those. That's why they picked those.
And I would say this, appreciate that question, but I think one of the key advantages we've got in terms of recruiting, a lot of people want to live in Ashland. It's not trying to compare to some other areas of the state. It's not that we have to sell them on living here. Cost of living is a whole nother ballgame. And I think that study did a good job of looking across the state. You saw some numbers if you've had a chance to look at that in terms of what they're showing across the state in terms of cost of living. They recommended, and this is the key recommendation. Now there's several up there, but this is the key. They recommend that we phase in a salary schedule, and it is a 30-step classified scale with 1 and 1.5% between steps. Here's our challenge. Our current salary schedule is so compressed that for someone entering into that scale, it takes so long to get to the bump. So we lose employees because of that. We've got to find some way to expand that. And let me stop, and as I'm sounding awful negative. Let me be positive and let me look at you and thank you. 20 years ago, there was a study very similar to this that was done for Buncombe County Schools. And whoever the superintendent at that time and the board came up here, presented that study. And out of that study, 20 years ago, what you did is you established for our classified staff 10.77% universal supplement. Now, currently, not the only school system in the state, but there's very few that can say that. So I can't tell you enough on behalf of our school system and our employees how important that was. But I've also got to sit here and say, it was 20 years ago. And base salaries for these guys in 20 years, very minimal increase. Because again, when we talked about categories, remember, many of these categories, the state doesn't supply funds. So, but again, just want to.
I think it's important that you guys know that our classified staff are at the exact same rate base pay for 15 years. They don't get an increase until that 15th year. That's what he's talking about being compressed, and they don't get a pay increase. And it's sad that they're at that level.
You know, I just want again, won't take up too much time, but you might have seen this today. You seen the recent study that came out, published regarding living income standard? North Carolina Budget Tax Center just released it yesterday afternoon. This is for 2022. A family of 1 adult and 2 children. Buncombe County, because it lists every single county. It looked across the state. And now this standard, and this is a quote, it is identified as modest living with no financial cushion against emergencies like the loss of a job or an illness. Buncombe County, hourly rate, $31, annual, $64,330. Now again, family, 1 adult and 2 children. You know how typical that is of our families in our schools? Single parent, raising multiple children. That's almost becoming the majority. 2.8 times the federal poverty level. Just released. State average, $29.25 hourly. Now, how do we compare Buncombe County? Again, living income standard to live here. I can tell you this, west of Charlotte, it's the highest. It's the highest. I could actually give you our neighboring systems around us, but I'm not going to do that because I might lose some more employees because it's a lower cost. Charlotte, $34.25. Wake County is at $35.25. And we understand that's an urban area, but this is a challenge. This is very recent. Heard it on NPR this morning driving in. I went back in, checked it out, thought you might want to know what those figures are.
And one more very important thing from the salary study, the living wage in Buckham County is $17.70 per hour, what it takes for a living wage. So the request that we're asking for doesn't even get them to the $17.70 living wage still. But that is what came out of the salary study that they recently did.
Here's our request. And I'm going to say from the start, this is going into my 14th year as superintendent, the biggest ask I've ever come up here for. I'll also tell you that in my career, I've never seen a time where it's needed more. We got to have these people. These are our MVPs out there. You see listed that, again, from the state budget. Now remember, this is a biennial budget. So we came to you, and again, thank you, because when I initially came for the 21-22 budget, I think we might have had the governor's budget out, but that was it. And the decision you made was, look, come back to us once you get final figures and you know what the state salary rate is going to be in terms of raises and the health insurance rate and the retirement rate. Come every single year with that. That never ends. It will never end unless the whole funding scheme changes across this state. But you again, granted us an opportunity to come back. I thank ourselves in Asheville City, and we appreciate that. Okay, so that was important. This is the second year of that budget, and in the second year, things increase, and you can see the certified staff, the salaries at 2.5%, again, including step. Classified staff, 2.5%. Retirement rate increase, hospitalization, and that's health insurance. You've seen that increase too in terms of dollar figures. So when we put on top of the recommendations that came to our school system and to our board, and the board unanimously approved this, by the way, the request to cover these particular salary raises, benefit, impact is $15,237,875. That's what it's going to take to get that compression expand. That's what it's going to take to meet. And I've got to emphasize this. I think every single person knows this, but the $15 hour minimum, that is state law. That's required for us next year. This isn't something that this is the right thing to do. It's required. So at a minimum, we've got to make sure, and we looked at percentages. I'll tell you, when these classified employees that we're talking about, 70% of those classified employees will be impacted by that $15 minimum figure, 70% of them. Now, when you put the 2.5% increase, that's also given by the state, again, locally paid. State's not going to provide funding for those locally paid, 100% locally paid individuals. And the board made this decision, and this was the recommendation, because we came with an earlier figure, Ms. Pender. The difference was, after the presentation was made, the recommendation was that the $15 per hour for these employees be the base and the supplement on top of it. Now, why? The reason, because the board asked, the reason was because of the cost of living to make it here in Buncombe County and Asheville City. So that was the decision made by the board. I believe 100% that was the right thing to do. So we're coming to you again. This figure represents the full recommendations of that study to get our ship righted and moving in the right direction in terms of our classified employees. So I've got three components to this request, but this one, there's a reason I'm bringing this one to you first. I know I'm not going to get by without some questions, and I'll keep moving and you stop. Second component, here's the best way I can describe this. Every single person in here, if your household budget, you're impacted by the same things I'm talking about. We've seen utility costs go up. We're estimating electricity 15% for next year. Already projections for utilities, 5% for water. The big piece of this is what we've seen with our insurance, primarily our property insurance. Current year and projected next year, $840,000 increase property insurance. Is that happening with anybody's insurance from home? I got a feeling you're seeing some rate increases as well, impact, but that's a lot of fun, a lot of money that we got to now look back and how do we budget it. Contracted services, mentioned HVAC. This is the first time I can ever recall we've gone out, we've actually contracted for HVAC services. Why? Because we don't have enough HVAC technicians to handle our buildings. And especially during in COVID world, how important is that? We have to make sure that's given priority. maintenance, technology, repair, the whole supply chain issue. It's just hit us. It's hit us all. But I want this commission to understand that this is impacting us, and here's how it's impacting us. And with that figure, again, try to offset. We're talking $3,737,789. Yes.
We have a clerk question.
Sure.
The 15% electric and gas projected increase. I assume you guys have that broken down between electricity and gas price increases. Can you get that first to me?
I certainly can. Well, Mr. White may know it off the top of his head, but I'm going to make sure it's in writing. Third component. My gosh, if there's ever been a controversial budget topic, it's fund balance. I want to make the commission aware that even with the millions of dollars of coded, remember the highly restricted nature of that, we are still dipping in the piggy bank to make sure we balance the budget. And I can be proud to say that since I've been superintendent, some way, somehow, working together with you, we balanced the budget. We've not come in here yelling from the deck of the Titanic saying we're under. We've somehow been able to do it. But every single year it gets hard. And this particular year, it's not only harder, it's the significant concern we've got about losing the most valuable component of our school system, and that's our people. Why do we need a fund balance? Here is again certainly a non-finance major, non-budget expert. Here's why we need that fund balance. Think of that supply chain. How many times this year have we had to purchase on an emergency basis some item? And if we weren't able to pay for it at the rate that we had in front of us because it wasn't available, but we had to wait until it did become available. Again, every single person probably faced this. Are you willing to pay the increase from when we could have purchased it at X amount of dollars to later months when it comes to us? That forward funding is absolutely crucial. I've heard the argument that we can come to you with your fund balance and you can help us out. But guys, I don't think Ms. Pender, I don't think your finance staff wants phone calls from us every other day. Because to operate the size school system that we have, this is what it means. And it represents. So again, just for your knowledge, we are still embedding the significant amount. And I'd say if we had to look at percentage of our fund balance, what are we talking about? 85 to 90% fund balance embedded there.
We have all of our fund balance almost embedded to balance the budget.
Let me give you the total. I simply just totaled up the three components.
I'm sorry, could you clarify what you mean when you say you have it almost all embedded?
Yes.
Yeah, there is a small amount in this budget, 21-22 school year, that we did not take all of we had like 6 million fund balance, and we had to put 4.9 million back into it to balance the budget. So we had almost 2 million in unassigned, unrestricted. Our policy 8100 says that based on that, we had a 73 million local budget in the 21-22 school year. Divide that by 12. We were out of compliance with our policy of how much we should have had in unassigned, unrestricted fund balance for any emergency that came up. And we will be again if we don't get this back.
Again, just the total. You've been given this these figures, I think, prior to our coming here with the presentation. Again, any questions you have, Um, As you're thinking through questions, I do want to, you had requested this, and again, it's just an opportunity to say how grateful we are. I believe this was the second round of the school community impact funding. I think the first round, several of you here were actually at playgrounds that we dedicated as a result of the funding that came out of this community impact. We actually have, I think the next slide will show that playground for Hominy Valley Elementary School. Again, in the Inca district, Mr. Presley. Yeah. Okay. And we did not, we've got other.
I would like to speak to the other two. So we have two more, the Irwin Middle School, which was a drop-down video screen, and all of that is another supply chain issue. We should have that installed by June, and I can send updated photos by then. We've had this on back order several months. We can't get it in. And then the other one is the Estes Elementary. They've got cameras for their playground and for other areas that's included. And we also have those on back order, and hopefully we will have those installed, and I can send you pictures in June. But we are having terrible issues with anything technology related, getting it in and the inventory in.
So commissioners, I was going to make a suggestion that we break, get some lunch, and then we can come back. If there's questions, we can do that, and then we've got additional presentations follow. So does that sound like a good?
Come back still with the ability to ask them questions.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Do people want to take a break now, or do you want to do questions now? Let's go ahead and take a break, and then we'll come back to our questions. Questions? Regarding county schools?
I have some questions. We go back to the salary benefits, that one. I have a few questions on that slide, please. And I'll just say first, before I start asking the questions, I've gone around and visited several of the schools over these past several months, and when I asked the principals what they needed, I will say every single one of them did say that they needed better wages for their support staff, for this classified staff. So, I mean, I clearly heard that from everyone, that they're hurting in that area, and so I hear that. And I also just have some very specific questions to try to understand all this better here. So, starting with your first bullet on that one, it's certified staff. And so with this, are you talking specifically with this one about the certified staff that we pay for locally?
It's got a combination in here. So it's of those 745 that are locally funded, the two columns, there's three columns down there that say teachers, certified staff, and on the chart that shows how many people and what type they are. So there are some state funded or some state personnel that are not covered by state, and they're in the certified category that are in this number. And then also they all receive the local supplement.
So yeah, taking the local supplement aside.
Right.
But so you're asking for a step increase here, 1.3%, which averages 2.5% across all steps. And so what you're saying is you're actually asking for funds from us to cover staff that are covered by the state?
The state law mandates that they must receive this. And so those few employees that we've got identified have to get the same increase. The local would have to pick up that difference because they are fully locally funded.
So I understand about the fully locally funded, but so you're not including any of the non-locally funded in this ask for certified staff?
No, that certified staff, that portion comes from the state. Right, sure.
Okay. Then on the non-certified staff, what percentage, so there are some state covered non-certified staff for Buncombe County. And about how many out of that 745 is the non-certified staff that we cover locally?
If you go back to this chart, the one that shows the locally funded personnel, you take the 745 and let me subtract out the certified. That would be your true. I haven't missed any categories here. About 460.
And so with this, what's been recommended, are you asking the county to actually provide the funding for the ones that are not locally paid for as well? So are you asking us to cover what the state is going to be covering?
No. Okay. Based on what information we have on what state allotments and federal allotments are going to cover, we are not asking the local to pick up any of that. We are basing it on estimates because we do not have those final numbers. But we're saying the state should pick up that portion.
So within this budget, you're saying that you are estimating that the state is going to cover the 15 per hour for these non-certified staff.
For the state funded only.
Right, for the state funded only. I understand that. Okay.
So that's an answer to your point. So are you saying that this 15 million just covers the 745 local teachers and then the supplement for the 3,000?
Basically, and it's got a little more, a few other items that we know the state is short on. Yes.
What is that they be short on? I think that's what we're trying to get.
Okay, so it's very minimal amount that we are trying to figure out what the state's going to cover and justify the portion of those custodians that we pay out of state and the bus drivers that we pay out of state. And those items, if they cover them fully, they're impacted by the $15 an hour. But we don't know that they will.
So can you give us a breakdown of the 15 minutes? What's the local, the 745 employees are all 100% local? What percent of that 15 million goes to that? What percent will go to the state covered folks? And then what percent is supplemental? So if you can break that 15 million in those categories, that would be helpful.
I'll have to do that for you to get that to you.
And when I looked at the salary study, the proposed salary study, that looks different from what I see that the state has on their side. So those numbers, so I'm trying to figure out with this new salary proposed, how is that gonna?
Well, I want to clarify first, what state sheet are you looking at?
For your salary study, what your consultants propose. So
Steps.
the,
Those steps in the back is theirs.
yeah, the proposed classified salary. So that is different from what it looks like currently on the state side. Is this gonna be the same as what?
It's not gonna match that exactly. We had to go and look in the devil in the details. And we had to look at what some of our staff, by law, we have to give them the 2.5 or the $15. So that is a very nice broad overview, but it's when you get into our pay grades and our locals and our classified staff, you have to really get into every pay category, and we did. The budget team and I sat through this. It does not match that exactly because we can't match that. We have to stay within the state ranges because we have custodians and we have bus drivers, and so that one is not exactly what our proposed amount is in here because we have to stay within those state ranges.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because that was one of the things that confused me. I thought you had to stay within it. I knew this was different, so, okay. The, I'm sure I will have another question, but if someone else wants to go ahead, you can always come back to me.
I wanted to ask, I think one question about, you mentioned earlier about, I guess, kind of stagnation of wages over, I think you used 15 years as an example. And I just, my mom, for most of my life, was an administrative assistant at a central office in a school. So I pulled up that page from the salary study to pick on them. I'm seeing 29K as a minimum, moving up to 36K as a maximum for that position. From what you were saying earlier to us, has that wage range stayed steady for over a decade?
Yes, it has been locked. If they started year zero and they now have 15 years in, they're just now receiving an increase in their salary. They have been at the same salary because the local supplement has stayed the same, the percentage on the base and the base has stayed the same.
Literally the same, not like precisely the same for that one. Okay.
Not even a cost of living.
No cost of living. And that's why we're coming to you pleading this case. They have had no cost of living. They've been frozen all these years. And that's what the salary study also showed, that they've been frozen.
That's classified.
Yeah, it's classified.
State question has to do with the administrator, which would be certified.
What type of job?
Differentials.
Just as an example, and I don't think it matters to my question, but this is an administrative assistant at central offices.
Administrative assistant, that's a clerical.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, because it's stated this, is that because that's where the state has kept it? I'm trying to understand like who's dictating that this compression and the fact that it's not grown. Is this all from the state level?
So my understanding was when the salary study that he's talking about in 2000 was done, they looked at it then and they were 6% below poverty then. And so that's when the board, the county commissioners voted to do like a 3-year progression to get the local supplement to help them get up to a living wage at that point. Then in 08, 09, the Great Recession hit, and those salary schedules, except for if a state came through, which I think the state only mandated 2 increases since 08, 09. They've been frozen for years, And so It's based on that plus we didn't request an increase and we didn't request a salary change. We didn't request for the cost of living, and we didn't request that the salary schedules be changed.
But this salary schedule is coming from the state, and so that you've just been utilizing that, right? And so, and then, but there is a progression within that, and so because earlier you said something that confused me. You said it took 15 years for someone to get a raise, and so, I mean, there's pay grade steps within this.
Only that is not our current salary.
Okay.
If you pull up Buncombe County's salary, that's on our finance department, and you look from pay grade, at about 3 or 4 years ago, they tried, or maybe longer than that, at some point they tried to fix these because of it being locked from 0 to 15. So pull those up and you can look from pay grade 59 to 86. They are the exact same from 0 to 15 years. From the 3 lower pay grades was all that was able to get worked out a few years ago when they tried to fix these pay scales. The state range is a range, and each county, each LEA can decide what that range is as long as you stay within that range. So if you're looking at the state salary ranges for classified, each LEA has a different pay scale or pay schedule that makes up so that as long as you stay, this is your minimum, this is your max. As long as you stay within that, you're within the state guidelines. Every LEA has a different classified pay scale across the state.
Okay.
To Commissioner Holz's point, though, I'm even more confused now. When you say that you didn't request an increase, are you speaking about not requesting an increase from the Buncombe County Board of Commissioners over time, or to the state for those positions?
The state
So
didn't
it's
give a
both,
raise,
you didn't
and
request.
then we didn't request it either. So that it's both.
It's
like we
both.
didn't.
Okay.
The state did not change the salary all these years for classified.
Right, but Buncombe County Schools also wasn't asking the county commissioners
Correct.
for it as well. So it's really kind of a double hit there.
And
Okay.
in reality, the state budget, there's really, from an LEA to the state, you're not negotiating what's coming out of the state. That's determined through the legislature.
Right, that's why I wasn't sure if that was misleading. Yes, not requesting. Thank you for clarifying.
One thing, just while we're talking about the state, because I do feel we've clearly had some unfunded mandates, right? And then it's coming down, and I think your consultants even spoke to this in their presentation to you, because what it amounts to those unfunded mandates, and then quoting them, then the issue gets funneled down here locally. And so I do think we need to all acknowledge that and keep, I know it doesn't change why you're coming to us, but the reality is if we're not holding the state accountable, this is going to continue to be a problem. And I think the state has about $4 billion in additional revenue that we just learned about here this week for this fiscal cycle. And I really think that we all need to be reaching out. I mean, everybody in this room and everywhere is reaching out to the state and saying, you know, you've got to fund our local education and fund what you're mandating to be done. Because one of the things that concerns me, and I was a teacher, I was in education, so I value public education. And when I look at, I understand why you're coming, and I get that you're desperate. I understand it. But then if this continues to go on, that the state does this and doesn't fund it, and you have to come to us, I mean, what happens over time is we end up, right, if we fund all these requests, then what happens to all the other county services? It starts cutting into that because that's just a reality. And so, I mean, we've got some really hard decisions that we've got to be looking at. And I think, like, even for this budget, I mean, I think we really have to sit down and look at these numbers and address what can be done, because, you know, I think some of that $4 billion from the state, you know, they should be putting that toward our public schools. And then when I look at those ESSER funds that you have, the reality is that's what I think about 50 million or so you have sitting there still. I mean, I feel like that's got to be on the table for us to be able to work with you to help you do what we're trying to accomplish here. I mean, I don't think we can take anything off the table.
Let me address that a little deeper in ESSER funds. So It is so restricted, but I will tell you this, we have gone through the process and we have, because we are understaffed in classified, and we have the loss of almost 2,000 students since the onset of COVID. We are using, and we got Esser approved because there's very specific guidelines, the 3 questions of how does it relate or help you through COVID. So we have 75 teachers that are certified, that are being paid out of our Esser funds right now to help so that we don't have to have a RIF, because we're hoping we can turn our ADM around. We're doing marketing and all that stuff. So we're using our Esser funds to strategically keep us afloat and keep us moving. And through natural attrition, we are adjusting to use those funds in a way that we can legally. And so we have gone through different scenarios. We have because based on what he was saying earlier, there's some categories that we could put our field techs in, our technicians out of technology in. We put those in there. There was some EC funds, very specific EC support. We put those in there, trying to help offset and then using up our fund balance to make this budget balanced with our cuts and our reduction of ADM, which everything is driven by that ADM number.
But you also have to keep in mind the issue of recurring funds when you're in the cost. So for an example, with those technicians, even though it fit the use of Esser funds because they were desperately needed as a response to COVID, when COVID, I don't know if COVID will ever end per se, but as it diminishes in impact, we still need those technicians. Because if anything coming out of COVID, it's almost expanded the use of virtual in different ways, virtual instruction. So the technology piece is not going to end. So it always comes back to the sustainability piece. Because, and again, just from a common analogy, to me, it's kicking the can down the road to use federal funds. Because ultimately, do you gamble if it's a key position? And when September 2024 comes and there's no additional funding, we basically lost the expertise in that position unless we can slide them into, through attrition, some other slot. And back to just the overall, your statement regarding the state, that's a very fair assessment. A very fair assessment. But I'll also bring it back to the reality of inside a school building. I'm inside a middle school, and I'm teaching on the same team as Mrs. Thorpe. So I'm paid entirely through state funds. She's paid through local. The state is providing funding for my 2.5% raise, but the state doesn't provide that for her. Now, again, I'm really no more important to the education of that child on my team as she is. But is it fair for me to get the additional without finding the compensation? Now, is that fair for you as commissioners in picking up? Because we just I saw the slide earlier. Your primary responsibility is in capital. But the reality of operating a successful, effective school system and the impact that it has on this entire county, even from an economic development standpoint, is huge. So it's a balancing game. But your assessment is right on. And I'd also say that in terms of unfunded mandates, that's a common term in my tenure as superintendent from the state. But I'd also say that it's not that uncommon outside of school finance and other areas inside government. State unfunded mandates that somehow we're required now by law to provide. So we don't have taxing authority as a school system. So where do we go? But I don't want to take away, because that is a very fair assessment that you made overall with where comparison with local and state.
I just feel like that's down the road. The state's not making a move. Yes, we all need to be advocating. We all need to be down there. But our classified staff is suffering greatly and can't make a living, can't provide. So
So, I appreciate the point about these federal funds are not recurring funds. They're with us now and very helpful, but are not expected to be renewed, at least not in anything like, the order of magnitude they are now. But, this is a big ask, which everyone's acknowledged. It's a really big ask. I don't think we've ever seen anything of this order of magnitude during the time that I've been on the county commission. So when we think about a big proposal like this, I agree. There's probably going to need to be a couple of different resources to draw from to get there. And even if some of them are not recurring funds, I think they could still be very helpful in terms of getting us going in this direction in this budget cycle and probably over the next couple of budget cycles. One of the things we did when we did our last tax revaluation, is we chose consciously not to do a revenue neutral tax rate. And a big part of that was so we could, support the public schools. When you look at the growth, of the county's budget over the last 5 or 10 years, just from the economy growing and population growth, and you look at our budget, the reality is the vast majority of that growth has gone to increase funding for public schools, right? We have increased funding for the public schools at a rate well beyond the natural rate of growth of county funding for the rest of our organization and relative to the economy, right? So when we did that, a lot of it was so that we could continue to support increased investments for the public schools. But one of the things we said to the community is that we are going to try very hard to not change that property tax rate between then and the next revaluation period. When you get into the revaluation period, kind of start over, go back and look at all the, because when the tax rate's going to change then, it's going to go down. The question is how much can we push it down? But that is something that I think everybody on the commission really agreed to, and I would never say I will never raise property taxes, right? That wouldn't be responsible. But I think that is what we are trying to do. So part of our challenge in terms of looking at this request, and there's a lot of other requests too. We did when hearing the sheriff's department, they need pay raises for people in detention center and other places. It's very compelling. So and for our own county, of course. So even if there is some short-term funding, it might actually be very helpful in terms of being able to say yes to more of this request if the schools do have resources to contribute to it as well, even though we would acknowledge after some period of time, it would all be falling on the county shoulders to do that. So I would just kind of share that observation, because the biggest, probably the most frustrating thing I think for all of us as county commissioners is that there's all these compelling needs in the community, but really the only tool in the toolbox we have from a revenue source is if we want to raise more revenue, is to raise the property tax rate. All of these concerns that are being shared today are all about, can regular people afford to live in this community, right? And that's the reason you're bringing this proposal to us, because, hey, it's really hard. This is what could help. But if we go ahead and just raise the property taxes, that affects the affordability of being able to live in this community for the school employees and for everybody in the community. And there are tens of thousands of other people who work full-time, who are in the same financial situation or more modest situations than our public school employees. So that's part of the reason that we don't want to go to that if we can avoid it, because it runs contrary to the very problem we're trying to solve in terms of making sure people can make ends meet in our community. So other questions for the county schools?
I'm just curious, when you talk about buses being parked for lack of drivers, how do children get to school?
Well, a bus has to be parked. What that administrator then turns around and looks at is the current routes. And do we change those routes to pick up those students? Or do we do a second, third run? I mean, that's pretty typical. And I'd say that's typical across the state. because, you know, everybody's facing these challenges.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from constituents in my current district too, that, you know, they've been called mid-afternoon that your child's bus isn't gonna run. You've got an hour, 90 minutes to get here to pick them up, and have expressed a lot of frustration on that. And thinking about it in the morning too, that a lot of times parents are in the cars on their way to school or on their way to their jobs, and their children aren't being picked up. So that's, you know, from a myriad of viewpoints, that's disconcerting at the least.
And I think inside the schools, we have, thank goodness, we have staff that have their CDLs that are willing to step in there on an emergency basis. And a number of them teachers.
Yeah, I've heard from principals across not this particular area, but Watauga County in particular, getting up at 4 a.m. and running bus routes, in addition to their other responsibilities. So hopefully we don't have to get there. I'm going to ask you to speculate for just a moment, though, on the Leandro case. We know that this is in the hands of the North Carolina Supreme Court. Do you think, if that decision is made, that Buncombe County schools will actually benefit from some of those decisions? And we also know too, I was talking to Commissioner Rolls earlier, that the governor is releasing his budget sometime tomorrow afternoon. We know that Governor Cooper is really generous towards our public schools, typically always fully funds, and fully funds our support staff too. So do you have, you know, I'm asking you to look in a crystal ball to see what you may think on those two situations and how that could impact the decisions we have to make as well.
I'm not sure about the governor's budget. I will say, because and again, this is a cloudy crystal ball when it comes to Leandro. I do believe that if decisions come out of the Leandro case, that they could have a significant impact on every one of the 115 school systems in the state. Now, what does that equate to dollar-wise? I don't know, because there's a number of various directions they could go with the formula. And that all rests in the court, and I'm certainly not equipped to.
Right, I know, and I'm asking a lot of you on that, but just thinking, you know, because it was really to the lowest, you know, income type school districts, and certainly Buncombe County and Asheville City doesn't necessarily fall in that, but just thinking about what that could potentially look like in our decision making. So for those folks who are listening, contact your state representatives and folks on the Senate and House Appropriations Committee as we move forward.
If they base it off of what they previously based this new low wealth supplement that they're giving teachers, Buncombe County and Asheville City did not qualify. So if they follow that same pattern, we would not get a dime of it.
That's helpful.
That's a really important point. Yeah. And I've heard that they may be looking at that, of whether to expand that to allow us to be able to utilize it. So I think that's something that we should all really be advocating for as well, because that would certainly make a difference in what we're able to do here locally.
A question I've got on utilities, just for information. How long before we start seeing some results from the solar installation?
From the LED project that we did and the solar, we have seen some, but the problem is it got offset with these price increases. Even though our consumption was less, the price is higher. So it's very hard to pull that out of the way that the economy has changed and the way that the price increases have gone up with the less consumption.
And they haven't, some of them have been installed, but many of them are still, I've seen only two of them have actually been installed in the county schools yet. So
they're still active. So still don't have the duke meters in yet. So
yeah. It'll be next year when we probably will have more meaningful data on this.
I think we have had positive returns on the LED, right?
Look at that beautiful sunlight out there. Y'all need to get this on today because we're missing out on it. We should adjourn the meeting. So, are there any other questions for the staff at this time?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Leslie. I noticed that 10% of your funds do go to support charter schools annually, but yet you don't necessarily identify that as a significant budget driver. Is there a reason for that? I mean, that seems like a lot. It's a huge 7 million to 8 million this coming year. That seems significant to me.
Our CFO identified it, I promise you.
It seems important to name that as part of this.
And there's challenges beyond charter schools. I think we are in, I think, the third highest homeschool area in Western North Carolina in the entire state. And that goes from third to second, depending upon the particular year. Plus private schools. Through COVID, that was one of the key drivers in terms. Now, again, the positive for Buncombe County schools is to look at, and I think we shared some of this information as well when we did our capital presentation. We're seeing extremely encouraging numbers for rebounding with kindergartners. So that is a very good sign. In fact, that's one of the key signs we look for. So our numbers are actually even higher than several pre-COVID years. So we're excited about that, but we've still got a lot of work to do.
Well, I don't really have a question, but thank you, Dr. Bowen. A couple things just want to say is, you know, with a lot of family members being in the school system there, hear the same thing Commissioner Wells said, that the support staff, they are the ones that need the help. And that's what everyone across, you know, the 20 and 25-year teachers are saying. We couldn't do it without them. And during the COVID and everything, assistance was a lifesaver. They was a life jacket that was thrown to them as they was going down. On the bus drivers end, with a couple custodians that I talk to regular, that every morning that's a big issue of who's going to take this bus out. And I know myself and Amanda was talking during the break about but we're not hearing the parents really say a whole lot about it. But whenever you dive in deep with them, you're hearing about it within the school system. It's just like, I don't think Buncombe County's as vocal as the city schools are about Facebook and complaining all the time. It just fit like that. But other thing, you know, it was 3 or 4 years ago, myself, Commissioner Whiteside, and late Mike Fryer, we sat with you and talked about the increase of Buncombe County, and we would go that way. A lot of it hadn't changed because you're still late with the state. You know, they have not come forward soon enough to let you know what you actually need. I mean, do you see that the state is going to probably come in higher than what you think or you're proposing? Because what was it, a couple years ago, Chairman, we made the thing that if you don't get what the state is, come back to us before the new year and we'll offset, try to help with whatever. That was 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it? So I guess that's not really a question, but do you think they're going to come in higher than what you're even anticipating right now?
The 2 little analysis, we've gotten just 2 little planning allotments that we could look at, and they did not. They came in, one of them came in dead on what we were projecting them to come in at, and then the other one was a little lower. So I don't feel comfortable saying that they're going to come in higher based on what I'm looking at.
Yeah, I think the answer is no. But that said, I think again, our reputation with this commission is we've been very transparent with our budget, and we greatly appreciate if there are adjustments from state funds coming in, and certainly, you know, we're going to be open and say, look, it was better. I would love for it to be better, but the answer to your question is no, we've not seen that. The $13 is a good example. The mandate that was given for last year, we made adjustments. Well, come to find out, the state never truly gave the full dollar figure for the state funded employees to receive the 13. So I'm not a pessimistic person, but I think an honest answer to that question is no.
Pupil, do you have another question?
I do. You mentioned one of the slides you asked for 4.9 million or so to put back to fund balance, but you have a lot of vacancies, so you have lapsed salaries that you're not using and spending. When you send us further information, can you break out for us, or at least project what you're going to use in fund balance? Because you wouldn't need the whole 4.9 million if you have all those vacancies that you're not paying out of the local money.
I can get you more information on what you need. With the lapsed salary, I call them vacancies. We have most of those are all classified, and I don't want to. We can't get into a position of using those funds when I've got them posted. I've got all these jobs posted, hopeful that we will hire them, and that will be a recurring salary that we have to pay for. And I understand what you're saying as far as that detail, but the reoccurring issue of a salary and using it from our fund balance we should not get into that year over year, but I will get you more detail.
Right.
Well, just a question. So when we talk about lapsed salaries, like when we've done it as the county, so it's not using the funds that you would be using to pay them when you rehire that position recurring. It's talking about the funds, and you can correct me, Avril, if I'm wrong, but it's talking about the funds that, so say you lost the position in December, right? And you've not filled that position yet. So from December to now, you have lapsed salary that you already have budgeted, and that salary is there. That's what I think Avril's talking about, because those are funds that
we budgeted for that we've not expended.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Any other questions? All right, just confirm, so that you got, I want to go back to the local percentage of local staff. So there's 3,176 staff, 745 are 100% locally paid. So about 23% of the workforce are local staff, locally compensated staff.
Yeah, that works out.
Okay. All right, appreciate y'all very much. Great job, and look forward to discussing further as we all move ahead through this budget process. I appreciate members of the school board, county school board who were here for this part of the presentation. Some of them may have had to go to work.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, the Asheville season.
Good afternoon. Having us. I want to commend Buncombe County for expressing so many of the issues that many districts are facing, and they did such a good job that it would certainly help us as we go through our presentation. Second, before we begin, I'd also like to say thank you to Avril and her entire staff. Avril has made herself available to our admin team whenever we needed advice, particularly Ronnie Lunsford also for helping us with our capital projects. He's been a real supportive addition when we needed help. So thank you, Avril, for always being there when we asked for help. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Ashley Hvac.
So for today, I get to have the opportunity to come and share a little bit more about what the Cougar family looks like before Georgia comes and presents information about the budget. So I just wanted to give y'all a glimpse into what makes up Asheville City Schools. So at this time, Asheville City Schools is comprised of 10 schools, and we have about 4,300 students pre-K through 12th grade, as well as nearly 700 staff members, and that does include our full-time and our part-time staff members. At this time, about 63% of our student population is white, and 37% of our students are students of color, with both Black and Latinx being our two highest populations for our students of color. In addition to that, as Dr. Baldwin alluded to, this year we were incredibly fortunate that 100% of our students were eligible to receive that free and reduced lunch because of the USDA waiver. But just like Buncombe County Schools, our child nutrition department is actively, we're doing quite a bit of marketing and working on how we're going to make sure that our families are applying for that free and reduced lunch when that waiver runs out at the end of the school year. At this time, we have a little bit more than 13% of our students receive exceptional children's services. So despite the fact that we've been living in a pandemic for the past 2 years, we have had some successes in the middle of COVID, and I'm excited to share a little bit with you today. One particular point of pride that I'm pretty excited about is that last year's class of 2021 had an overall graduation rate of over 90%. Asheville High School was at more than 88%, and for SILSA, it was at more than 95%. So both of our schools were above the state average of 87%. And again, in the midst of, especially our class of 2021, they had a third of their high school career was in the midst of online learning. So that number is pretty fantastic. And also, I just wanted to extend that invitation to you that this year's graduating class, they are going to be celebrated on June 9th at 7 p.m. And I may be a little biased, but I would say that our high school graduation is in the most beautiful location. It is on Asheville High School in Silsa's, our stadium. And it is going to be a very exciting opportunity to celebrate the class of 2022 in just a few short weeks. So additionally, thanks to the Community Impact Fund, we were really fortunate for Asheville High School. We were able to utilize some small equipment and fencing for the CTE greenhouse. And as Dr. Baldwin alluded to, we have had some delays on our playground equipment at Hall Fletcher, but again, through the Community Impact Fund, we look to soon be beginning construction on having an enhanced playground at Hall Fletcher Elementary School. This is also incredibly exciting because of local funds at Hall Fletcher Elementary School. We are really fortunate to have a STEAM lab, and through that STEAM lab, Hall Fletcher Elementary School has a robotics team. And Hall Fletcher's robotics team were not only state champions, but they were invited to compete in the World Championship. And actually right now, so it started at 2 o'clock, Hall Fletcher Elementary School is at the World Competition, and one of our students was invited to represent Team USA as part of the Parade of Nations. So that's happening right now. And so they're not only representing just our school district and all of North Carolina, but they're representing our country. And it's a student from Hall Fletcher Elementary School. And again, that's because of the local funds that y'all were able to provide us to have that STEAM lab. So we're very fortunate and excited and can't wait to hear the results when they come back from the World Championship. Additionally, just looking at our EVOS growth from last school year, again, realizing that we were in the middle of the pandemic and at-home learning, I did want to specifically point out that for our Black students in Asheville City Schools, we were incredibly proud that despite all the challenges that they were facing, our Black students met growth in 13 of the 14 tested areas. And that is a significant increase from the last school year that we did actually have testing data where they met growth in 8 of the 14 tested areas. And for that, we were able to use local funds, allowed us to address this learning loss while it was happening to really decrease it. And then one additional point of pride that just opened last month, Asheville Middle School is the first of 2 schools within the county to implement a school-based health center at this time. And it is currently housed on Asheville Middle School's campus and is a fully functioning health clinic that provides a variety of mental health and physical services for our students and our staff. And then our eventual hope is to extend it to all of Asheville City Schools families. And that was a great partnership, not only with our school district, but also Buncombe County Schools, Buncombe County Health and Human Services, Hvac, as well as United Way. And really the whole purpose of this school-based health center, and we do fully recognize that there has been a school-based health center at Asheville High School before. This is just a new iteration of it. But this school-based health center really does have an emphasis on risk reduction, and we're incredibly fortunate that we were able to partner with so many wonderful organizations to support our students and our families where they are.
And that's some of our highlights. We're now going to turn it over to Georgia Harvey, our CFO, and James Carter, our board president. Thank you.
Thank you.
You didn't know where to touch it. Sorry. Next.
There we go. I got you. I'll be your go.
Okay. So, we did not provide information specifically on COVID funding, but since Buncombe County gave us some information, I wanted to run through some numbers. Our we received the same type of pots of COVID money. Our three main ones total approximately 12 million. And we use those, of course, to prepare, prevent, and respond to COVID, many of the same ways that Buncombe County Schools has. Of course, COVID cleaning, staffing, COVID tracers, repair and maintenance, specifically for HVAC, and summer learning and loss prevention, learning loss prevention. We've also used some of our Esser funds for retention bonuses for our all of our staff with Asheville City Schools, and currently looking at recruitment bonuses. So from that 12 million out of those three pockets, larger pockets, we expect we will expend 6.3 by the end of June, leaving us approximately 5.7 until 2024 to use in those same areas. Some of the same information you've already seen. The legislative salary increase, the greater of 2.5% or a minimum of $15. We estimate that the 2.5% will cost us approximately $690,000. That's prior to our local supplement. Of course, our benefit rates have already been presented through Buncombe County Schools. And then also estimated cost for pre-K from local funds next year. We estimate that to be $600,000. That is our local funds are K-12. So the pre-K classrooms that we are not receiving revenue from the state through Head Start or other programs will cost us $600,000.
Just stay on the slide. Let me stay on that slide for just a sec. So for sure, reading this right. So the estimated cost to meet the $15 state requirement, or the greater of the 2.5 or 15. So that's basically the cost to pay for all of the local staff,
local staff
who are not state supported salaries. So 690 is the number to get all of the local staff to that level.
Correct.
Can we clarify that, Ronnie? Is 690 the local funded staff, or that's the total staff?
That's the local funded staff.
Because the state will pay the state
increases.
Compensated positions.
Correct.
They handle that. We have to handle all the ones who are not state positions.
Correct. And that is the estimated increase. It's not the total amount we pay. That's the increase that we will pay.
Where we are today to the 15th. Right.
What is your total staff?
699.
Thought that was the local.
No, 699 is our total staff.
Okay.
approximately 235, about 33-34%.
Thank you.
Is what. So two important parts to our request is the increase from the 10.62 cent tax rate to 12 cents. And then $600,000 dedicated specifically to the pre-K program. And when I say specifically, that we are asking for that outside of the local general fund that is percentage share. We applied for the early childhood education grants and did not receive the amount to cover this expense. So the breakdown we have, we anticipate 33 million for local operation next year. The 12-cent tax, supplemental tax through the calculator is 12,903,758. The sales tax, we use the same amount that the county has projected for us, 4,825,695. And then the general fund, 15,485,719. So the total ask is 33,215,172. And then again, like I stated, a separate amount to cover the pre-K specific of 600,000.
Just a quick question to clarify on that. This 600,000 on pre-K, this is a, can you clarify if that reflects an additional, you're adding 600,000?
So currently, we anticipate our local fund to have an expense of 1.6 for this year's pre-K. That is above and beyond what our pre-K program gets from Head Start and NCC. Yeah. So with the retirement of Asheville Primary School, which housed many of the pre-K programs, the board has elected to operate 7, which next year will cost us anticipated around $600,000. So we reduced the number for next year. One, because we retired the school, and the looking at saving some savings. But again, our anticipation is with increased costs, that $600,000, which is pre-K, it's not a K-12 funding that is normally spent out of local funds.
So the 600K is more than the 33.2 million.
That's it. That's
just to get our math.
That is a separate ask, yes.
That would mean you'd go from having annually used about 1.6 million of local funds to fund preschool pre-K programming to using 0.
Before I get too far into this, the board has asked for 3-year options for a reduction of our costs. I would like to state that since spring of 2020, Asheville City Schools has looked at central office staffing, and through attrition, by the end of this year, we will have a total of approximately $1.2 million in a reduction of central office salaries. I think that's important to mention because it's been a short period of time to look at what we could do to bring that down. And I think it goes, it says a lot about how we're looking at the next 3 years, which I'm going to refer to Chairman Carter to talk about that.
So we were, as Georgia said, we've been asked by the commissioners to provide at least a 3-year option on how we can reduce costs and live more within our budget, by also not dipping into our reserves. No board in its right mind wants to budget out of the reserves. So we've been doing it for a long time, and we realized that we have to make some changes. So the options that are presented here are a framework. As you all know, we are going to a elected board. As of December 1st, we'll have 4 new board members, going from 5 to 7. And that new board will also be looking at these numbers and these recommendations as a way of cost savings and a reduction in our from pulling from our local funds. One thing I also want to make sure that people understand is that, as Georgia said, we have shaved $1.2 million in our CO numbers. I want to make sure that people understand that our central office staff is not just Gene and Dr. Freeman and the other upper echelon, if you want to call it that, but it's also our transportation department, which is housed there. It's our custodians. It's our admin assistants. So when we say that our numbers, we keep hearing, and Dr. Baldwin said it as well, that central office is kind of bloated. We're at 50 staff or so right now, and that counts everybody that works. So it's not just those who are making the big salaries. So it's it encompasses everyone.
Also includes technology.
Our technology department. So a lot of things that are housed in other buildings and other districts are housed all in one place with us. But this is, again, a framework for what we are going to be working towards as we try to do our best to reduce costs across the district, but also reduce the need to keep dipping into our reserve.
Is there like a more detailed version of like what's reflected on this one slide?
We have gone with this basic version because, frankly, as we get into the new, again with the new board, we want to make sure that they have the opportunity to add to this list as well. So this is, again, it's a framework, and I have no idea who will be chair after December 1st, or the first meeting in December. But I know as a board that this is something that Georgia has brought to us to show us what we can do in terms of reduction to get out of our local funds this much.
Let me ask a question in regards to that, because I know I've heard Dr. Jean say, I've heard Ms. Harvey say in school board meetings that we can't keep kicking the can down the road on these really difficult decisions. Is that sustainable for Asheville City Schools to wait to make some of these challenging decisions before a school board is elected?
I'm going to let either one of these two people on either side of me respond to that one. You want to?
I would say no. I think of this budget like my house budget, and if you've got more going out than you've got coming in, you need to start doing some things right away. I really appreciate what Mr. Presley said. We're under social media all the time about any move. There's a lot of pressure about anything, and I don't know if that's why there's been some hesitation or not. It was interesting to hear Buncombe County, and God bless them, they're in kind of the same position that we're in, and other districts are too. But no, we need to start making some tough decisions. And these are really hard decisions because there are two areas, from my point of view, that you can make reductions in. Substantial reductions. And that would be your people, your human resource capital, and from a building perspective. And there's only so much consolidation of buildings you can do. I won't even get into that because then Facebook will be going crazy again. But it's going to be hard. And I think we have done some things that we could do, like not replacing central office folks, and $1.2 million is substantial. And there have been some other savings. But I think, you know, in the midst of this, you also have to understand we're an urban school district. I think people forget it. We have an urban setting, and a lot of our kids, we have 9 out of the 10, if I'm not mistaken, housing developments. And they come in with particular problems like all kids do. And we have some problems that aren't exhibited in every other school district. But there again, we need to make hard decisions. And it's hard.
I want to acknowledge that they are really difficult, and I don't envy you all, but I just wanted to have your all's opinion on how much longer it's.
I go back to Chairman Newman, what he was talking about with the decisions you guys have to make about who to get fined. I mean, it's the same scenario on a larger level. It's very difficult.
I appreciate how difficult it is, and I think one of the best ways we can meet the moment is to be as honest as we can in our diagnostics and the plan we agree on as a community about how we move forward. And I just kind of want to plant a flag on the side of saying what I hope most from this dialogue is that we can get some really clear, precise, detailed diagnostics, and that we can have the kind of conversation we need to have. I'm not quite sure. I think that public school systems are like family homes in terms of budgeting. And I think there's an argument to be made that there are times when if a public institution that serves a vital, non-negotiable role in our community is in true crisis, the best way forward is not cutting things that are actually essential to how we serve our kids, like pre-K. But the path forward is to just have a really clear-sighted discussion around what the numbers need to be for sort of the bailout and what the numbers can look like year by year as we move forward. So if I think there's a distinction to be made between budget reductions, which are based on achieving efficiencies and consolidating facilities that may be underutilized, and streamlining operations or right-sizing staffing based on the fact that numbers are going down. That feels like one category of budget reduction that seems fiscally healthy and sound and serves the interests of the children. But there's another category of budget cuts that to me feel like they kind of strike a blow to the heart of what we're trying to do as a community in terms of addressing the equity gap we know is there. So I just want to kind of put those thoughts on the table as we move forward in this discussion. And I know you all are under considerable pressure coming from many different directions. And that's a hard position to be in. But what I hope most is that we can have as honest a discussion as possible around what the numbers are and what the choice points are relative to those numbers. And I, for one, would request sort of a greater level of detail around different scenarios like this, so that we could dig into those. And you know, I've been pretty clear about my strongly held position that the last thing we should be doing right now is cutting access to quality early child education in pre-K. If we want to be serious about the opportunity achievement gap in the years ahead. So just kind of wanted to share some of those thoughts, which I hope within that you will hear a spirit of collaboration, and this is not a problem that you all need to or can solve alone. It's a community-wide process that needs to happen. And I think this is one of the few forums in which we have multiple bodies meeting to discuss this and really kind of dig into this together. And we can do it not over social media and not, but actually do it in person. So just kind of wanted to share some of that as we head into this discussion.
I agree with you totally. But when we look at the percentages that Buncombe County and the city schools get, I don't remember, it was 84 point whatever for Buncombe and 15 for the city schools. We're actually, that's actually lower for us when we take money from K-12 to put in pre-K. Our percentage of K-12 funding goes down to support pre-K. And I agree with you. I think it's very important. But if we, if the commission wants to support pre-K, wouldn't it be better to give us additional funds to do it? Instead of us taking from K-12 funding to do it. I think that's a conversation, when there was, $8 million in reserves, I don't think anybody ever thought about it, but there's a different time now. Should we be looking at K-12 funding and pre-K as separate items?
I think that's a really legitimate discussion to have over the long term. And different communities approach it in different ways. I think all options need to be on the table. At the same time, I think the question of how the supplemental tax gets used needs to be on the table. And sort of really clearly understanding that. I think to its great credit, for decades, Asheville City Schools prioritized pre-K because it is so critically important, and distinguished itself as a school system that was ready to do that. So I think those are absolutely conversations we should be having, and look forward to where that takes us, I don't have a foregone conclusion. What I do think is that we ought not make rash cuts to programs that we know play an essential role in children's development.
I want to follow up on that. I'm really curious because, I know you don't know this, but I worked in early childhood, early literacy, adult literacy for a number of years. And so I understand the benefit of pre-K. Let me first say that. I'm really curious, though, if there is data on Asheville City Schools students who attended Asheville City Schools pre-K programs and what their current test scores, proficiency versus growth looks like, to really look at, is it working? Do we know, as part of that longer term conversation?
I think that's a conversation that we should have. I don't have the data in front of me.
No, I'm not asking
but I
you
can
to,
certainly get that for you folks if you'd like
I think
to.
that would be a really helpful part as we talk about
I
closing
agree.
opportunity gaps and best spending the local funds for K-12 students.
Yes,
I'm finished for now.
I want to keep asking questions, but I guess I wanted to just ask them more broadly, if you can elaborate on any more of these options. This is our main, before this meeting, our main ask of you, so I really appreciate seeing this. I guess we could elaborate on any of these categories, perhaps give some examples of these kind of things. I know you don't want to give out a plan of what the community might think, but I'd love to hear some examples.
I think we're going to have to, if you want to answer.
I can provide specifics, like how many staff $1 million would be approximately.
I think we have
That's
to
what you're
analyze every position as it comes open, especially through attrition. That can we, as we've done at central office, can we put those responsibilities on another person? But I think we're going to have to analyze every position that comes up and have conversation about it. I don't know if that helps you.
That does on the employment side, I guess. When we're saying consolidation of facilities, how dramatic are we thinking here? Is this like closing an elementary school down?
I don't think so. You do have space in the middle school. There are 12 to 14 empty rooms. I don't know if we could use those some way or somehow. As I said earlier, consolidation is very limited. But we do have schools that have about 60% capacity. But the major area that we could reduce is going to have to be staff. If you look at the dollar amount, I'm not suggesting we should, but there's just so many places. Trimming budgets 5,000 here or 10,000 is not going to get us where we need to be. So the staffing is just a huge issue, especially with those, because the vast majority of our staff connect with children. And that's very problematic when you start saying, can we reduce these numbers?
Well, I definitely agree there needs to be, more details. Said, we'd like to, and I think that, the way I framed it is, I think we would like to see 1, 2, 3 year plan to put the district on a sound financial footing, right? And some of that can be done through, there's 2 ways to do that. You can operate more efficiently, and you can bring in more revenue. And we are bringing in more revenue. For all the challenges we see in the economy, sales taxes are way up, in the city schools uniquely benefits from that because of the supplemental tax. You get a lot of sales tax revenue. The county doesn't get any sales tax revenue in that same kind of direct way. So, you know, and we can talk about changing tax rates too. But I think part of our challenge is we don't feel like, that solving all of the challenges facing the city schools should be done simply by increasing taxes on the families who live in Asheville, because we know, as we talked about earlier, it's a pretty regressive tax. It hurts. It's not just a tax on the wealthy, a tax on the affluent. Raising the property taxes directly goes to the ability of just regular people to continue to afford to live in this community. It's already really challenging. These are things we all know. So that's a big part of our reticence about going to that revenue source, especially if we feel like we haven't, really been shown. Well, what are the other options? What would it look like? What are some of the other tools in the toolbox I kind of feel like if we had a more complete understanding of what those options are. I mean, maybe we look at all that and say, oh my gosh, that's so terrible. Let's just raise the property taxes, right? Maybe that would be the conclusion, but in the absence of seeing different ideas for how we can address these issues, not just in this budget cycle, but over a series of budget cycles, because we can't fix all these things in just one year, one way or the other. So, but I would still, for myself, really appreciate just different ideas for how to go about that. And I know none of them are things that necessarily any of us want to see happen, but what are the different ideas? Because just raising the tax rate, the property tax rate, should not be our only go-to solution on this. And I know y'all know that, but I mean, these top line numbers are interesting to see, but just what would that mean? Are there ways to pursue these kinds of outcomes in ways that, to the largest extent possible, to protect the classrooms? Of course, that's what everyone's goal would be. But again, without kind of seeing a bit more detail around what that would look like, I don't know how possible and realistic that is. And also just, a bit more of like a kind of a description around kind of like the diagnosis of the kind of financial, like where do we need to get to be financially to be on a sound financial footing, like in terms of like the amount that the district has been seeing in terms of spending down fund balance over the last few years. Like, I mean, how big of a turnaround there is needed, either through a combination of trimming expenses or bringing in new revenue. That's some kind of analysis that would be really helpful to hear too, so we kind of have a sense for how far it needs to get over the next couple of years, and how much of that we probably need to make sure we're figuring out together as the first step of that in this year's budget. So those are just kind of some more of the kind of more details around this in terms of how I think about some of those questions.
Back up. I'd like to ask, how much are you asking for an increase this year? Are we talking about 33 million? I hope not.
You should have, as one of your last pages, the printout page.
No, there's not on. 33 million, Mr. Whitesides, is the total budget. That's not
the total budget, right? But what are you asking?
We're asking for the board has directed us to ask for the full amount.
33 million.
Correct.
What's the difference? You did what last year?
It's 2 million, the difference.
Yeah, that's what I
2 million.
It's 2 million, the difference.
Is that correct, Georgia?
Well, it was originally, but they now looking at the ADM percentage being lower than this year, you're looking more at 3 million.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so it's 3 million you're asking to increase. Okay, but the 33 is the total amount.
Yes, sir.
Everything. Okay. And I agree with Brownie though. You guys have got to come forward with some plan to rectify this. Now I know what's going on the social media. That's why I don't look at it. I mean, I don't. But we've got to, us here in the community, the people, all of us hear the complaints from the parents and all. Then I spent from 12 to 2 yesterday at Asheville High speaking to seniors. And I see the kids who've been affected, but they're sharp, the ones I talk to and the graduates. But we've got to, y'all cannot keep kicking the can down the road. I agree with Brown. I mean, it's a crying shame to where we are now with our city school system. That for years have been one of the, around the state, everybody looked at Asheville City Schools. Now when I travel around the state, everybody asks me what's going on in Asheville. But please, we've got staff, we've got the people who can help you. But it's going to take you to make those steps to come to us to ask for the help. And I don't feel that, I haven't seen it, and maybe other commissioners have, or people in the community. But please, we need to right this shit. And folks are serious. We can't wait on a new school board. We've got to do things now. That's why you were put in place, James, on the school board. And I mean you, the school board that we have now. Exercise, do your fiduciary, you have a fiduciary responsibility to do your job. Don't lay down on us now when we need you most.
I appreciate that, Commissioner Whiteside, and we do all know on the board that we do have a fiduciary responsibility. No one on our board is laying down on anything right now. We know that we're in a tough situation, but like you said, we were a jewel in the mountains. We can be a jewel in the mountains again. It's not too far away from us, but we do need to have some help as well. If we, we're gonna make our budget work for whatever you all give us, plain and simple. But please know that we're doing we are working very hard. We have actually been working really well this year with Avril and her staff. They've been great. We've been meeting how often?
We've met at least
3 or 4 times.
We've met a lot.
It's about at least 3 or 4 times, which is what we did not do before. So we did take that under advisement from the commissioners last year. We know, like I said, we have to make tough decisions. We're going to do what we have to do at the end of the day. But we're just laying out what we need to get through to next year. So, but thank you, Kim.
Can you all address the teacher and staff pay issue? We just, had a lengthy discussion in Buncombe County Schools about the urgency of that situation, and I have heard many concerns with the National City Schools from teachers and staff that they are experiencing similar pressure points. And can you all clarify whether there are any pay increases reflected here or what those look like?
So prior to Dr. Freeman and I coming, there was a similar salary study done with Asheville City Schools, and in the fall of 2020, it was that was implemented. To all classified individuals. This past year, we of course did the, like Buncombe County, we gave the legislative increases. Our local supplement is one of the higher ones in the state. It ranges from 9% to 16.5%, depending on the years of service, and that is for all employees, not just teachers, but also our custodians, child nutrition, etc. This year we will be following the same state mandated increase for all employees, 2.5%. I said 25. It's 2.5%, which does affect the amount of local supplement that each individual gets. Salary goes up, the local supplement amount increases. The percentages stay the same, but the amount increases.
Just while we have everyone together, so what is, I mean, if you could sort of describe, like, in terms of like the operating deficits for the schools, like what is the amount that the schools feel like, you know, again, either through just new revenue or a combination of revenue efficiencies, like what is the amount that the city schools sort of see that it needs to go from where we are today in the future, where it would be on, you know, maybe not building a fund balance, but not going down kind of like a more on a, you know, steady state kind of position. What's the order of magnitude of that?
I think we looked at that about 3 or 4 months ago, Mr. Newman, and it was between $5 and $6 million. We needed a reduction in that. But that will only last so long with the increases that the state may put on us, as well as any other factors. But that would get us at a break-even point, because I think that's what you're asking, where we're not pulling from revenue and we're able to sustain what we should be doing for kids with our budget. I want to say it was like 5.4 million.
Our commissioners, any questions? All right. Well, thank you all for being with us today. We appreciate it. I'm sure there will be more questions and dialogue as we move forward, but we appreciate y'all being with us today.
Thank you all.
I'm going to invite Sam back up here to lead us through a structured discussion on education. You need a PowerPoint. Yeah, back to the original PowerPoint.
All right, so we wanted to take a moment to review the request that you've received today. First is AB Tech. They requested 7.7 million. That meets the 6.22% that we budgeted as the unrestricted revenue rate. And listed below that table are some of the highlights of their request. The K-12 request, this is where, in terms of review, it gets slightly more complicated, but you have the Buncombe County Schools request, 23.9 million, for a total local support request of 97.1 million. And for Asheville City Schools, the pieces, including the tax rate increase of 1.38 cents, 10.62 to 12 cents, is a total local support request of 33.2 million. So we will show momentarily the differences, what Commissioner Whitehouse is pointing to, between whether or not you factor that tax rate increase in the request for local support. But before I leave this slide, the thing that I want to emphasize is that appropriations must be apportioned by the membership of each unit, bound by statute for that. It just ensures that we cannot give one district an amount without giving the per pupil equivalent to the other district. So, looking at that Asheville City Schools request, we're kind of going to back into what those amounts will look like and what that means to the overall budget request. So with the existing rate, we have the left column or middle column, 10.62%, 10.62 cents, and in the right-hand side, the requested rate, 12 cents. Under each one, you have the total supplemental tax support, 16.2 million at the current rate, 17.7 at the requested rate. If you do the math, that is just calculate the difference, you end up with a range between 17 million and 15.5 million. And it's those numbers that we're going to carry on to our full summary table, our next slide here. So we're going to build this out so that it makes a little more sense. You've got the current amount. This is what's in the current year's budget, 87.3 million. We have that estimated ADM split that we spoke about before, and how that's going to affect us here is that's going to determine the total amount that we're going to be looking at. So the unrestricted revenue rate, that is what is currently in the second pass budget, we have a total of 92.7 million. That is an increase of 5.4 million. If we look at the BCS request of 97.1 million, we back that and look at the equivalent, it's 115.2 million in total. That's an increase of 27.9 million, or roughly 22.5 increase over what is currently in the second pass budget. And then for ACS, we have the amount with the tax increase, it's 15.5 million. Doing the math there, it's 98.5 in total. And without the tax increase, at 17 million, it's 107.9 million. So in total, that's an 11.5 million increase, or a 20.6 million increase over 22, or 6 to 15 larger than what's in the second pass budget. I know that's a lot. So are there any questions looking at our summary table?
So commissioners, the first column is what's in our budget today. So anything to grow from that. So Asheville City Schools currently have 14.2 million in our budget. When we started the year, we looked at our unrestricted revenues, and we had agreed, Commissioner Pressey talked about this earlier, we had agreed that we would look at our growth rate as our starting point for schools discussion. That growth rate of 6.2 would equal $92 million, or $5.4 million in actual cash. 14.6 to Asheville City Schools and 78.2 to Buncombe County Schools. And we shared that data with them in March. They worked on their budget and they came back to us last week. I believe Friday, we got the numbers from Buncombe County Schools. And they're asking for that 97 million instead of 73 where they are today, or 78, which is what we had programmed in our budget, the 97.1 that you heard about today. If we give them 97.1, based on the ADM share and the 15%, Asheville City Schools would get $18.1 million, would be their new rate, or a $4 million increase. So that's one way to look at it. If we fully fund Buncombe County's request from today, the proportionate share to city schools would be 18.1 million. So that is one benchmark to think about. Then you go to the next slide, the next column, which is Asheville City Schools requests. They're requesting that 1.38 cent tax increase. If we fund that, what they need from us is 15.5 million. That's the cash out of the general fund, plus they'll get their rate increase from the tax. If we use that formula, then the proportionate share to Buncombe County Schools would be 83 million. Because we still have to look at the per pupil rate. And if you look at the Asheville City Schools request without the tax increase, they're asking for 17 million. So if we use that as our way we start from, 17, the proportionate share to Buncombe County Schools would be the 90.9. So those are the different scenarios that you have in front there. All scenarios are saying fully fund Buncombe County, fully fund Asheville with a rate or without a rate. We have not talked yet about what that collaboration could look like if we go back and meet with them to come up with a recommended budget.
And in our current budget that you're proposing right now, you have 6.20.
The 92.7, yes, ma'am, 6.2. That's the column.
So the scenarios that are presented would be about anywhere from 6.5 million to 22.5 million more than we currently have in the second best budget.
Yes, ma'am.
A piece that I would really appreciate more information on is the, I think between the two districts, about the $60+ million in COVID funding that needs to be expended by 2024. And I think this kind of picks up on the point that you made, which is that hearing some very specific strategies around how that funding can be deployed. within the guidelines, of course, but to address budgetary priorities at both systems and help perhaps offset some of the local tax dollars that are being requested. It would just be really helpful to have a much clearer sense of what options exist there.
Can staff comment on that at all right now? Because I kind of feel like this county schools emphasize their perception of the funds are highly restricted, and the city schools talk about giving pay increases across the board. So, okay, which of these stories is more? I'm sure it's more complicated than that. But
I'm not exactly sure of the guidance for their Esser funds, and if you think of it in terms of like our ARPA dollars, like there are restrictions around how you spend those dollars, but I don't know that we have staff who have explored the specific requirements of their Esser funds.
I think we're going to need that, right? Because it's a huge amount of money, and if there's the ability, I mean, they're coming to us with this huge ask, and they're sitting on tens of millions of dollars. There's going to be a negotiation here, right? So we need to figure out what's on the table, discuss in terms of what they can contribute and what we know how we contribute, but what the options are.
And sorry, just to add, if it is 50 to 53 still in the bank from that, I guess we probably would like an explanation as to why those funds were dispersed to help us through a pandemic.
I think because it goes to 2024, they have been prudent in spacing it out over time.
Sure.
Buncombe has 56, and I believe Asheville said they had another 6. They're at about 62 million. We will follow up to see how it can be spent and what restrictions, because we heard 2 different stories today.
In the city school board, the county school board meeting last week, I mean, their consultants specifically suggested phasing this in over a period of years, and that the county would contribute significantly towards implementing this this year and next year in particular. So, I mean, that was their own consultant's recommendation. So, again, I'm not sure all of the details of which resources they were thinking of, is it the Esser funds, and when they talk about phasing it in, if it means phasing in the pay raises over a number of years, or if it means phasing in, how much the county is contributing to those pay raises versus a combination of county and county schooling, for example. But those are all things that were, identified by their own consultant as options.
Yeah, I believe they were referring potentially to those Esser funds, and for the schools to be using that to help it phase in.
I'll make another comment and then ask. At the moment, I'm kind of supportive of the broader vision Brownie's just kind of mentioned or restated. I'd also like to know perhaps the quantities and categories within each system of employees that haven't gotten a raise in over a decade, including COVID. I think it's something that was stated today. I'd like to know just how big of a situation that is.
They said for 10 years. So
that's what she said.
Yeah. 15, that's all of that.
And to that point, then seeing the schedule, because she said that they didn't actually use the one that's in this compensation study. So I think it would be useful for us to see what it is that they are proposing and see those steps, so we have a really clear understanding, because that's going to continue to impact us for those that we locally pay for. So we need to understand what that compensation looks like over that time.
So we're not going to figure this all out today, of course.
No.
So
not looking for any answers. Just want to make sure we educate
what are the
you
questions
next week. So we do plan to bring the budget message and the recommended budget from the manager to you, which would include the expense. So we'll be working through this the next several days. But if there was any specific guidance or anything that you had in mind, I want to make sure we capture that.
To me, it just seemed clear when you sit down and work with the schools again to come up with how we're going to work to address this. And
right.
I think the goals they identified are very compelling. And I mean, I think for years, you know, we have, I think, really prioritized funding for the school. A lot of that has gone to teachers, right? I mean, for good reason. It's like the number one predictor of how successful a classroom is going to be is the quality of the teacher in the classroom. So, like, you know, supporting that has been, I think, the right priority. But as schools, I thought, made a really good case for it. You know, teachers can't do it alone. It takes the whole, it takes the whole team. And so I think we're at a point where obviously that's got to be focused on more than we have in the past. So I think the goals are really good. I think it's, in my mind, it's kind of just a question of how we get there and over what period of time we get there. I think some of these things are going to be things that don't all get solved in one budget cycle. So, but things we need to get to. It's a question of
Thank you.
what's the plan to do it.
I think just on that, with the, in terms of the requested tax increase at the city schools, I mean, Brownie, I share your just overall cautiousness proceeding with any tax increase. And I think to feel even equipped to have that conversation, I would just request to see a lot more detail about sort of a multi-year plan on what that increased revenue would be, how it would be put to work through sort of this recovery and stabilization process. So I just feel like I would want significantly more detail than we have right now to understand sort of the implications of that tax increase and what it would make possible moving forward before I feel like I can even have sort of a good faith discussion about its merits.
I agree.
How much I agree, and how much does just the changing the supplemental tax rate, how much revenue does that produce? Including the property taxes itself and the leverage sales tax.
So it'll be about $1.5 million additional funding. Or yes, it'll be $1.5 million in the tax rate. Otherwise, we'd have to see what leverage down. If we didn't give it, then when we chose to give it in the local supplement thing, then it would impact what we're doing. Yeah.
1.2 is the delta between 10 and 12 cents.
It's not 1.5.
$1.5.
When you look up there, the difference between 15.5 and 17.
Okay, so it's 1.5 million. 1.5.
And it's 10.62 cents. It's not quite 2 cents.
Right.
So it's changing 1.38 cents. And in your handout, and I can tell you that the median taxable value of all of that is $339,100. It would be about just under $47 a year additional property tax for that home.
And on the question of the $600,000 for pre-K funding, I mean, just procedurally, I mean, that's not something we can even really do, right? Like, I mean, again, we're gonna, whatever level we fund the county schools at, we're gonna fund the city schools at the same level per student, right? We have a mechanism for investing in pre-K, which is the Early Childhood Education Fund, and any organization can apply there. But that would, I mean, that's the mechanism for us to make decisions about specific funding for pre-K and early childhood outside of the public schools general funding.
We had some research done on that, so.
We did research back during the early part of the early childhood committee meetings in the winter. And not in the vacuum, also consulted with the school board's attorneys to see if they had a different view to make sure we're on the same page. But 115C, 429, and 430, after you get through the ADM and the distributions equally, then there is a mechanism to directly fund early childhood separately by direction.
The way that we've chosen to do that is through creation of an early childhood education fund and the recommendations of the committee. I mean, I just want to kind of confirm that we're all thinking about that process in the same way. So
To date, yes, that's what, that is what we have done, and we have approached the school system like we do other providers who say, we have a program, this is what we invest in the program annually, and we're requesting this amount from the county to help grow and expand those services. And that's the premise for all the early child education funding that we currently do.
One additional question. This is just kind of a broader, when I think about the long-term sustainability of education funding, one thing that would help me is to understand, right, because we've got that unrestricted growth that you look at, but really digging in and trying to understand going forward, these guys, like how much in addition can we do to that and be sustainable to where we don't start cutting in to other county services? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Want to range, like the minimum is that, what's the max that we can go?
Well, some kind of direction around that, just to help educate us better around that issue that we're likely going to continue to face. And if you have any, any recommendations or anything, make improvements to this process. Yes.
I do want to note, for what it's worth, that for the last 2 years, our community college has come in and asked for exactly what, follow the directions that they were given. And I can speak and attest personally to how challenging the community college environment is, not only in Buncombe County, but across the 58 community colleges. And I'm leaving here a little saddened, knowing that community college employees across Buncombe County, having the exact same hiring challenges, are not asking now for exactly what they need versus our 2 K-12 school districts. And I find that a bit heartbreaking this afternoon. Good for them for following the rules, but heartbreaking at the same time that we have other employees and an employer facing the exact same challenges with low pay.
I'll go to do the staff at this time. I mean, I realized a lot of this has come in pretty recently. So, but did the staff have a sense for when we think about the county schools request and the associated amount that would go to the city schools and the other budget priorities that are in front of us? I mean, did the staff currently have an idea for, if the commission's goal here is to maintain the current tax rate without the revaluation, what is possible? I mean, our last meeting we had all these lofty goals of growing our fund balance. They seem to all have blown up really quickly. So, but do you have a sense for what we could do from our end regarding these requests consistent with trying to maintain that goal? Or do y'all need a little more time to look at that and think that through over? And because that's like a question about this year and next year, right? I'm sure we can figure out a way to make it work this year, but we might be setting ourselves up for what we don't want to do next year. You need more time.
We would like a couple more days, at least. I'd love to have a conversation again with Tony and his team, as well as Gene, I want to say Dr. Freeman, but Dr. Baldwin and Dr. Freeman and their team again, to make sure we don't harm. And the state has given us a mandate, and we know we have to follow that. But I want to make sure, what does that look like for locally funded as well as the state portion that's going to become? I know we don't have that answer yet, and we can commit again that once that comes in, we can come back and have a conversation. So I want to have that time with them by the end of this week and get you an answer by Friday. That would be the goal. I said Friday, but I forgot that our board meeting has now moved from Tuesday to Thursday, so Monday.
How about next week?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Other questions or thoughts to share this afternoon?
Just a one-off question about charter schools from 3 hours ago. If I'm just looking at Sam, maybe he knows this off the top of his head. If a charter school by total happenstance and accident emerges within the ACS school district boundaries, how is that charter school funded or not funded via the supplemental tax?
I'll just go ahead and say we will leave the school districts back here to answer those specific questions.
Okay.
Because that is getting into the details there.
And we don't have an answer, but if you look at actual city schools presentation, that last sheet they gave you, they show you what percent of their funds they transfer to charter school. And they're projecting, currently they're doing 1.6 million of the funding that we give them to charter schools. And next year's budget request, assuming they get the full funding, it'd be 1.7, close to 1.8 of their funds that they need to send. So I think that sounds similar to what Buncombe can, yes, the very last, for the double lines there, transfer to charter schools.
Okay.
So that's that for pupil side, and it seems to be close to that 10% that you heard Georgia talks about that. They have to do.
And so this year's first year for Peak Academy enrolling one first class, right? So next year there'll be another class enrolled. Do we have, maybe Allie, you like this, or does anybody have information on how large is each of those expected classes to be in terms of number of students enrolling just like each year of the next couple of years? Do we know that?
We can ask, I do not.
I guess I would be curious to know about that. I mean, because part of it, I mean, the city schools are talking about some different things to raise revenue or tighten up financially, but that is going to be one factor that is going to work against their budget, right? Because it's going to, a lot of the students that'll go there would have otherwise gone to city school, not exclusively. Some would be at a county school district, but you know.
At Peak, that's not a good example. They have kids from Haywood County, Buncombe County, and the city of Ashland.
It would be interesting to know that breakout.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's just one factor that goes into their driver is the number of students they have in their system, right? That drives their budget. So I'm just curious if, based on what we understand, I mean, this is a new school that is operating and will grow. Like, do the city schools expect their population, their student population, to decline over the next several years or be steady? Again, these are really questions they need to try to answer for us. But as you think about a 3-year plan, you know, like those are the kind of things that they need to be talking to us about. Like, you know, I mean, what's the forecast? Because I mean, I think part of the concern is like we could raise the tax rate and they're still in the same position they're in now in 2 or 3 years from now.
And to that point, I mean, I don't know if y'all have received these emails, but I do receive emails from folks thinking that they can solve it by, I don't know, taking in some of the students, increasing the district for Asheville City. But the reality is it's still the same amount of state funding that is coming here. And so it doesn't serve any purposes. I mean, those students, if it's Buncombe County or Asheville City, they're still all the students within our county, right, that we're supporting through those state funds. So the last thing I want to see is getting into this kind of competition for students that somehow. So I think that's important if when we're talking, find out those kind of details too. Because to me, that does not seem like a good strategy, because then that just hurts the other school district.
Well, and at the last, not yesterday, but the previous ACS school board meeting, Tanya Brochet presented on the number of out-of-district requests. And she said that all of them were filled, but full. So it wasn't this exorbitant amount of students that are wanting to leave another school district and come in. So it really spoke to the fact that it isn't sustainable and it isn't going to solve the problem. But I thought that 4 was a really interesting number because of those emails that we received, Commissioner Wells.
Thank you. I have one more question that I think would just help me in thinking through some of the city schools budget issues, which is, and I don't think we've asked it quite this way yet. What is the lump sum number that would be required to stabilize the district?
Didn't they say basically like it's a $5 billion like?
But I'm not sure if, I don't know if that, like, to stabilize it so that they wouldn't have to cut services.
That's the question I was trying to
I'm
ask.
trying to
So
build
it should have been the entire foundation of the presentation, but Dr. Freeman did say 5.4 million would get them.
Yeah.
To break even.
But I think my understanding is that means break even with the presumption of continued reduction of services and continued staff reductions. And the question I want to understand is what is the lump sum figure that would stabilize them so that You wouldn't have to, so that cutting
Wouldn't have to cut
services
staff.
Yeah.
would be off the table and cutting,
Right.
and we could distinguish between right sizing staff for the current enrollment size versus cutting staff positions that might actually be essential. And that those are the, like, that's the, I'm not gonna say any numbers out loud, but to me, that's the question that drives all of this is, or at least would help me understand it over a multi-year basis, is what is the lump sum amount that achieves stability, restores the fund balance, and can take off the table what cutting essential services and essential staff, just as an exercise in understanding what options exist. And I don't, maybe that answers 5 million, but my sense is 5 million presupposes continued cuts.
I tried to ask it in a way of like, what is just, if you just solved it with just revenue, what's the number? But let's as you follow up with the follow-up conversations, Avril, and let's make sure that is, to Jasmine's question, like that is the amount that they could, if, and again, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but if in this scenario, if they had that amount of money, would that mean they could basically maintain all the programs that they have today?
And still right size, I think is what you said, because we want to make sure that's still.
And right size. I think the distinction that I want us to be able to draw is between right sizing versus cutting essential programs. And those are two very different ways to reduce a budget.
But in both of those areas, I mean, again, the fact that there was just like one PowerPoint slide on this, they haven't described what are the options for right sizing? What are the list of things that could be done to address the fiscal imbalance the school district has? And maybe some of them, I mean, I'm glad to hear about some of the things they've been able to do to reduce the overhead in the central office. Great. Are there any more, like, have you found all the savings there, right? Like, maybe the answer is yes, but we don't know because again, they just haven't presented a list of the different options to get from here to there. And some of them might be pretty easy to say yes to. Others might be like, we don't want to see that happen, but without the list, we don't know what the options are, right?
Maybe as they present those, we can work with them to help, I think, ease the fears of these are just ideas. I think what is happening, and I think the emails that we receive speak to it, is anytime any one solution or idea is brought forward, the emails start coming. And so I think it creates a fear within the central office and the school board to have to really put some of those decisions out. So I would be interested in how we can help. Just say, we're looking at all options. Just because we're looking at options doesn't mean A, B, and C are going to happen. It could be X, Y, and Z. But I think so much of that comes from a place of fear and concern about sort of that backlash to them.
I
right or wrong.
I totally agree with that. But at the same time, like decisions do have to be made, right? So, I mean, one of the questions I would have for them too, I mean, they talk about changing staff positions. I mean, but at a high level, like another one of these drivers is like, is the percentage of staff that are local staff, right? And last year, the county staff kind of did that evaluation of the city schools and the county schools, percentage of local staff, percentage of staff that are locally paid versus state paid, and then looked at 4 or 5 other school districts across the state that are, similar to us. And it would be interesting to look at that again if anybody can find that. That was great, a great set of metrics. And my high level memory of that is that they were both higher than most districts. Even the county schools were higher than most. The city schools were, I think, the highest we saw by a lot. So just, when I think about a 2 or 3 year option, I mean, part of it would be if the current ratio is 34%, between now and 3 years from now, could you go from 34% to 30%? I mean, that may not sound like a huge change, but I bet from a budgetary standpoint, it would make a big difference. And so even just things like that to understand the fundamental drivers that potentially be used to, to get the district where they need to go.
And I think that was Jean's point, that this is an urban school district, so we shouldn't be comparing it to more rural counties. So if we're going to do that analysis, we would want to make sure we look at other urban counties that have a real large urban population.
I agree. I think some of them were more rural, and they're more rural schools. A lot of them, they just like don't even have those like the paid staff, or just a very small number. They basically just run the school with the funds the state provides, right? So if you want to update that with a few other comparisons, that would be interesting to see. All right. What else do we need to review?
I can get the presentation pulled back up. Already move on from education. Just have a couple slides. Try and push through here. So moving to commissioner priorities. Here we have funding for commissioner priorities. Affordable housing remains flat to fiscal year 22. As discussed previously, we funded $150,000 to begin an apprenticeship program in emergency medical services. Yes, we have. We have a placeholder for an arts and culture grant, as discussed earlier, at 50 cents per capita. Conservation easements remains flat for fiscal year 23. Early childhood education receives a 2% annual increase. Economic development incentives are increased by $590,000. Education special projects remain flat. Homeowner assistance grants are funded at $300,000 level. We have set aside $2 million to fund reparations. Strategic partnership grants have a modest increase to round out grant awards. We've received 2 additional requests incorporated into the budget. Commissioner Sloan has asked for $75,000 to be allocated to a program to serve low-income residents who require septic repair to ensure water quality. Commissioner Edwards has asked for $50,000 to sustain the Inclusive Hiring Partners program through the Economic Development Coalition to help economically disadvantaged populations with securing employment with local employers. Any questions on priorities?
A septic repair program, would that be part of the general home repair program you do?
Yeah, it would be new. I just mentioned this to Avril the other day.
Right now, as a placeholder, we would love to be able to build out a program, bring that back to you, what that would look like, the eligibility around it, and how we would roll that out. So this is a placeholder now, but we want to take the time to build that program.
Yeah. Years ago, there was a program called WADE that the state had to DEQ. They would proactively go out in the community and find these types of unrepaired septic systems that were leaking waterways.
Yeah.
At a minimum, I think we could set up programs that's kind of driven by residents and citizens who need help, need financial assistance. I think long term, maybe more proactive.
So the county doesn't have a program related to that currently. I mean, we're in this septic approval business, right, for new construction, but we don't have anything like this currently. And
other counties do, and so we would like to look at some of that. Look at the former ones they had. Yes, several other counties have a septic repair, where it's whether a loan or forgive a loan over time if you live in your home for a while. So we want to take a look at some of that and get some criteria.
So neither of these 2 items are currently in the second pass budget, but we would add them and appropriate additional fund balance support.
What is the reason for the homeowners to drop? The only thing
that last year that was also funded by other municipalities, Asheville and Woodfin chipped in as well. So we haven't yet spoken to them about whether or not they're on for next year.
All right. Any other comments on this list for now? On the EDC item, how was that program previously funded? What's the reason that it needs an additional $50,000?
Inclusive hiring partners. Yeah, we can speak about it a little bit.
Sure.
Inclusive Hiring Partners Program, which is a partnership led by EDC, but includes a lot of other people like Spark, Community Action Opportunity, and others. It was a pilot program that was funded by Golden Leaf dollars, so a Golden Leaf grant award, and that Golden Leaf grant is coming to a close. So the goal is to sustain this program possibly.
They currently have 30 employers already on board. They are not having to actively recruit employers to join, to hire and to onboard economically disadvantaged employees in our community at $15 an hour. Most of the positions are hiring at $18 an hour, including phlebotomy, CNA positions. And they work with that particular population with whatever particular challenges they may also be facing in their lives to make sure that they can get to work and be really great employees within our community as well. It's been a really fantastic program.
Can we have someone come and present more information about the program and the successes of it so we know what impact it's having?
I'd love to do that.
Yeah, it'd be great. They're also seeing refugees enter the program as well. So we're seeing more Ukrainian refugees in our community. So they're starting to serve them as well.
If we fund this, are we in essence kind of committing to doing this for like indefinitely? Is this a recurring $50,000, or is this like something we do this year and then we did it? Or I mean, it sounds great, but are we essentially being asked for $50,000 recurring long-term increase in this?
We are. The primary expenses here are going to be operating, so recurring in nature through staff time. Yes.
Okay.
So it'd be an extra $50,000 to the ETC's allocation.
Yeah, if you could circulate information on that, that'd be great. What else?
So I have a slide for next steps, which says that we will, I can't get to it, but we'll bring you a budget message next Thursday on the 19th. So it's our intent to work out the rest of the budget, to present that budget message to you next Thursday. A public hearing to follow on the first meeting of June, and budget adoption on the second meeting of June. And we expect that you will be able to, that the interactive budget explorer will be live on May 19th, and that this recommended budget will be available online. So if there's any other discussion.
The one other item I would mention, we talked about the arts. I'm glad to see the arts thing on there. I think that's a good structure for making decisions around investing in that space. I don't think the Museum of Science, it's not going to fit in there, right? And so it's not currently contemplated somewhere else, or I'm sorry, did I miss it?
Contemplated in that arts, culture, and museums. I'm sorry,
I just missed it.
Yeah. It's just in that. There's a one pager.
There's a one page handout.
Okay.
Be eligible to apply.
Through which?
So that the grant would be made to the National Arts Council. I'm trying to find the one pager, and that STEM and STEAM organizations, there's nonprofit science centers or children's museum that provides STEAM education to be eligible for grants.
Yes. So that's okay. So it would be eligible, but if we're setting this up to do arts focused stuff, I mean, it's not art, right? It's a different thing. So I guess just my concern is is it going to theoretically eligible? Right. But it's theoretically eligible for strategic partners too, and I think it's pretty predictable. It's not gonna do well in that process. Is I think the practical reality of it. So I'm just concerned it might be kind of setting up another mechanism where it's not likely to do well.
Can we name it? I mean, it seems like
called it something besides arts and culture grants, like there's culture and STEAM grants. And can we direct them to have a grant committee that includes a STEAM orientation? Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was just the name of the.
That makes it.
It's shorthand.
I mean, I don't know if that addresses your concern.
But if we're delegating it to the Arts Council to administer it, right? Which that's the idea, right?
Right.
It's just, you know, I mean, I love them. I think they're the right organization to do that, but they're not the right organization to make decisions about stuff that's outside of the art space, which this just is not an art project.
Yeah.
It's not what it is. I personally feel like if we're going to support it, I think we should just make a decision to support it. I mean, that's if there was some other broader program that it did make sense to consider it as a part of, I'd be happy to do it. But I don't see that we have one. And I think if we're going to support it, we want to see it be around. I think the county just needs to
Just do a
decide.
line item for that.
Yes.
I'd be open to that.
As we can, we think Amos should exist. And, yeah.
From what I've read,
yeah,
facilities like that exist around the state, as a part of their funding mix, have support from local governments. I mean, I don't think that's that unusual, and so yeah, I think that's the way it would need to. Everything I've seen is that operation will not continue unless they get some funding from either a combination of the city and county.
Yeah.
Do they receive city funding?
I think they have gotten some in the past, but not much. And it does definitely serve a much broader community than just residents of the city of Asheville. So in a way, I feel like if there's going to be a local government unit investing in it, it should be the county. It shouldn't be kind of unfair to ask the city taxpayers to carry that on their shoulders. So I think there's value in it, and I think and part of the proposal they put forward includes contemplation for how like county residents would have lower fees and things like that. There would be benefits that are particular to Buncombe County too. So I don't want to see it go away. So I'm supportive of the county being a partner in the project, just like we are in many other organizations that we have long-term recurring support for because there's a need for it. We just talked about one, and so I see this in a similar light. So.
With a proposal around that with an amount and kind of what we're wanting from them as far as that impact, accountability, so that we look at that.
All right. Talk about school. I need to go pick up my kid from school, maybe others do too. So is there anything else we need to talk about today? Oh my gosh, we've got a lobbyist to hire.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we can do this first. But are there anything else on the budget?
We passed out a sheet on the lobbyists.
Yes. Okay, so we did an RFP, we did interviews with, had a great group of people respond. We selected 5 groups to talk to, and so the recommendation from staff and the Commissioner Sloan and I sat in on the interviews was to recommend retaining Warden Smith to represent Buncombe County in the General Assembly. There were a lot of great groups. I mean, honestly, I think everyone we interviewed would be great. So all had great capacity and very effective track records. The Warden Smith stood out, I think. So that's the recommendation we wanted to bring forward for consideration today. And of course, the short session's about to start. So we thought if we're going to do this, it'd be good to go ahead and engage. Yeah. Anything else from the staff to share on this?
We just need you guys to direct us to move forward so we can get them on staff.
Okay, and we can vote on this.
Yes, we did advertise it.
Correct. Okay, any questions? And this would be to move forward with developing a contract. So there'd still be something that would come back in terms of like the details, or do we have a contract ready?
We don't have a contract ready.
This would be giving direction to negotiate a contract.
Yes, we're looking for direction to go ahead and retain them so they can be on ground, starting to represent us next week.
Well, any questions on this, commissioners?
I assume with this vote, there'd be an assumption would be onboarding them for a year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to say that out loud.
Do we have a sense of what that will cost, just so we know? Do we have some?
So 6,000.
6,000,
That's
so
correct.
72,000. On the second page there.
Yep, okay. I'll make a motion, we give direction to retain Warden Smith, representing Buncombe County, the General Assembly.
Second it.
Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Very good. All right, I think that concludes everything. Avril, was there anything else we need to take care of today? All right. Thanks everyone for being here, and this meeting is adjourned.